Hello. Alrighty. Time to get into this here. Second. Sorting something out here. Okay. Alright. Anyway, PGR today. Man, I'm still feeling a bit. And I'm still feeling a bit tired from last night. Stayed up overnight just to get through the story for Wua. Oh man, I might end up like yawning here and there during this stream for today. But anyways, today for PGR, we're going through floating record 14, Ideal Cage, Veronica's story. I did go through my dailies earlier and whatnot. So before I get into the story, the one thing I didn't do though was the character trials. I want to do that. So I can see what she's all about for gameplay. We'll go through these few stages of tutorial, and I'll go straight into reading the chapter. Cool intro. Blue and blue. Okay. And then tap yellow. Okay. Tap or tap press and hold sig. And hold dodge. Red. Red again. Okay. Alright.
命乞いに意味はない。この戦いは終わりだ。
Cool outro. Combat practice.
逃げ場はないぞ。これでお前らの罪を終わらせる。裁きを受けろ。全力を見せてみろ。潰される覚悟はできているだろうな。これでお前らの罪を終わらせる。
All mid-air tapping red pings, or tapping yellow pings red. It's a symbol.
すべて終わらせる。潰される覚悟はできているだろうな。脆弱なゴミが消えろ。えい、消えろ。 これでお前らの罪を終わらせる。全力を見せてみろ。隙だらけだ。えい、全て終わらせる。裁きを受けろ。全て終わらせる。隙だらけだ。えい、落ちろ。全て終わらせる。潰される覚悟はできているだろうな。
Alright.
命乞いに意味はない。この戦いは終わりだ。
Then effect practice. What is she? Ignition.
逃げ場はないぞ。
Not be alone.
これでお前らの罪を終わらせる。隙だらけだ。全力を見せてみろ。潰される覚悟はできているだろうな。
It's just the same sort of rotation from before.
これでお前らの罪を終わらせる。全力を見せてみ、全て終わらせる。潰される覚悟はできているだろうな。
Okay.
脆弱なゴミが。命乞いに意味はない。この戦いは終わりだ。
Simple enough. Yeah, character challenge I can do some other time. Alright. Go straight into this. 14 nodes. But this could easily be like freaking 7 hours long. Arena. Starting off with a upper level competition zone. Everett Arena. Night has fallen, yet the arena remains packed to the brim with blinding lights and deafening music assaulting the senses of every spectator. Humans throughout the crowd buzz with excitement, eagerly awaiting the day's first mechanoid deathmatch. Countless eyes fixed on the arena's center betray barely contained excitement, all desperate for the mechanoid combat to begin. They crave the sight of mechanoid parts shattering and vital fluid pooling across the ground. This ultimate form of entertainment is what they desire. Pulsing electronic sounds blare from speakers throughout the arena, heralding the fierce combat that's about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Everett Arena. A new round of mechanoid combat for this season is about to begin. As with previous seasons, winners advance to the next round, while the losers will unfortunately be eliminated. And this season's champion will receive our grand prize, and that, lo and behold, is freedom. The victorious mechanoid gladiator will be able to leave this place and start their life anew. And those who bet on this lucky gladiator will also receive massive payouts from our prize pool. So sit back and enjoy this ultimate entertainment, and have a wonderful evening, everyone. As the virtual host's introduction concludes, intense spotlights jump to life simultaneously, their beams converging on the arena center to illuminate a mechanism activating in the floor. A massive octagonal iron cage slowly rises from below. As people see clearly what's inside the cage, they erupt into wild cheers. Inside is a bizarre mechanical monstrosity reminiscent of a long-tailed mechanical spider that flexes its limbs within the cage, its joints grinding together with an ear-piercing screech. Seemingly sensing the human audience's cheers, the mechanical spider lets out a deafening roar from its vocal module, as though impatiently urging its prey to enter the battlefield. With the echoing screech, an iron gate on one side of the arena thunderously slides open. Measured footsteps can be heard from the dim corridor, accompanied by the scrape of a weapon being dragged across the metal floor. Heard today's fight is going to be a real thriller. Wonder who's stepping into the ring this time. Last week's match wrecked like 10 fighters. They definitely need fresh meat today. This new season's been going for almost 3 months, and not a single fighter has lived long enough for a second round. They won a match, then immediately got their heads blown off by another gladiator in the next. So damn boring. I bet on a bunch of bruisers last season. Looked tough as hell, but not a single one of those bastards won. Are you still betting on this one today then? What's the rush? Let's see what happens first. Ain't no way I'm gonna throw my money down the drain again. By the way, how much did you lose last time? Let's not even go there. Hey look, the gladiator's coming out. A masked female mechanoid, lance in hand, emerges from the shadowy corridor and steps into the harsh spotlight. Unlike the mechanical gladiators from the seasons before with their basic coatings and barely humanoid shapes, her form is almost indistinguishable from that of a human. With bizarre-looking horns protruding from her hair and a long tail trailing behind her, she draws all eyes. The display screen above the gate flashes with a name that the audience doesn't recognize. Veronica. The moment the giant spider sees its opponent enter the battlefield, its programmed hatred sends it into a frenzy. Its razor-sharp limbs scratch the metal floor, making a sound that sets everyone's teeth on edge. The mechanical spider rams frantically against its cage, its piercing shrieks echoing throughout every corner of the arena as it tries to shred the mechanoid gladiator outside. The moment Veronica enters the battlefield, however, waves of disapproving boos ripple through the stands. That's it? I thought we were promised a brutal combat with fierce mechanoid gladiators. What's so exciting about this scrawny lady? She ain't got nothing on that bruiser from the other day that crushed 10 dudes in a row. Word! We talk the talk but ain't walking the walk. Damn it, I want my money back. What are you two whining about? This is where the real show begins. What's so exciting about watching those weird-looking mechanoids blow off one another's heads day after day? Look at her. She's so human-like, and with that tail too. It's fascinating. Never seen a mechanoid like this before. Just imagine when that giant spider tears her apart and devours her bit by bit. Oh, that is entertainment. You won't see scenes like that in any movie. That's what makes mechanoid combat so damn thrilling. Damn, when you put it that way, it does sound pretty exciting. You explain it like that, it does sound pretty intense. You really know what you're talking about, kid. Worked up by these violent fantasies, the spectators leap to their feet and shout toward the center of the arena. Hey, what's your name, whatever. The metal freaky with the tail. You better put up a good fight before you die, got it? Don't waste my ticket money. I want to see some real action. You hear me? Hearing this, Veronica slowly turns toward the spectator in the stands. She removes her mask, revealing a face almost indistinguishable from a human's. The mask crashes to the ground with a thunderous clang. Her crimson eyes focus with icy rage, their gaze threatening to pierce right through the disrespectful spectator. She raises her massive lance, its tip gleaming with lethal brilliance as she points it directly at the human in the stands. Shut your mouth. Perhaps sensing the hostility in her eyes, the spectator falls silent, though the contemptuous glares aimed at her remain. God damn it. Did I just get cowed by a worthless toaster? Oh, that's exactly your type, isn't it? Aren't you usually into the feisty ones? What the hell are you talking about? It's just a piece of junk metal. I don't care what it looks like. You think I'd be into a machine? Cocky little brat. Can't wait to see what she looks like when that massive beast crushes her to pieces. Crying out loud, cut us all some slack, will ya? Sit down, I'm trying to record this fight and you're blocking my shot. This better be worth the damn ticket. Malice and contempt from the human crowd wash over the arena like a tide, mingled with their insatiable hunger for violence and bloodshed. They crave to see mechanoids slaughtered, mutilated, and mercilessly shattered into fragments in the arena. In the twilight of the Golden Age, this spectacle unfolds under the spotlights night after night, and such is humanity's idea of entertainment. Only immersed in such brutality do these human spectators, their senses already dulled by ordinary diversions, find their eyes lighting up with that peculiar gleam. Little do these spectators, immersed in their violent entertainment, realize that their own twisted cheers of excitement are simultaneously being appreciated as a spectacle themselves. Unbeknownst to them, a distinguished guest silently observes it all from a room above them behind an enormous one-way mirror. Numerous display screens spread out at perfect angles before this distinguished guest, streaming real-time footage from every corner of the arena in exquisite detail. Behind the human distinguished guest stands a massive mechanoid, motionless and silent, its metallic shell reflecting the dim glow from the monitors. Its sensitive optical recognition system detects the slightest gesture from the human and responds immediately. Master, the room temperature is currently 25 degrees with 55% relative humidity. I notice your attire today is rather light. Would you like me to adjust the temperature to a more comfortable setting? The human does not respond. Due to the intense combat in previous seasons, some gladiators will move out of camera range during matches. To enhance your viewing experience, I've installed additional cameras throughout the arena to ensure you can monitor every aspect of the match in real time. You've always handled these trivial matters well. Good butler indeed. You should understand what I truly desire. I'm tired of watching these mechanical gladiators fighting mechanical beasts. I want something I've never seen. Master, this Veronica will show you something completely different. Based on my predictive analysis of her frame parameters, there's a high probability she could be the perfect candidate for your plan. Excellent. Let the match begin then. Can't wait. Yes, Master. Please enjoy the show. We'll compile the data from this match and provide you with a detailed analysis afterward. The massive mechanoid withdraws at its master's command, and silence returns to the room. The master turns back to the display screens that capture every detail of the arena. At this moment, every screen focuses on Veronica, who is about to face her very first arena battle. Interesting. Surprise me. Okay? ER14. Perfect cage. It's ideal cage, but whatever. With a buzzer signaling the start of the match, the cage holding the mechanical giant spider unlocks, its heavy iron bars slamming to the ground. The freed mechanical spider lets out a piercing shriek as it leaps forward and launches itself toward the mechanical gladiator. Meanwhile, massive screens above the arena flicker to life, capturing every angle of the battleground for countless spectators to see. Thunderous cheers erupt from the stands and sweep through every corner of the arena with stifling heat. The mechanical spider looms over the gladiator, dwarfing her tall frame beneath its massive bulk. Veronica grips her lance tightly as she readies herself, poised to thrust at her opponent at any moment. In the giant spider's programming, such defiance triggers its rage protocol. It lashes its barbed tail like a whip at Veronica. But Veronica quickly sidesteps the attack, causing the spider's massive tail to crash into the ground and kick up a cloud of dust. Enraged by the failed attack, the mechanical spider whirls around and slashes its razor-sharp limbs as it lunges at Veronica once more. This unexpected turn drives the crowd into a frenzy, their screams growing even more frantic. This pointless game of slaughter. What a waste of my time. Veronica's crimson eyes blaze with rage as she fearlessly stares down the mechanical spider towering over her. In that moment, she unleashes the energy stored within her frame and launches herself skyward with her lance pointed at the mechanical spider's core. As she soars above the giant spider, time seems to stand still in the arena. All eyes are on her now. Die! She twirls her lance and drives it down with deadly precision.
消えろはっ落ちろえい うに値しない。はっはっはっはっ落ちろ。はっへえ戦うに値しない。
フルクラッシャーがベロニカに反撃を仕掛け、ますます戦闘は激しくなっています。さあ手に汗握る展開だ。とどめを刺すのはどちらだ。目が離せません。
はっ当たれ。へええいえい落ちろ。戦うに値しない。ふんえいはっ落ちろ。ふんはっ戦うに値しない。スリル満点だ。楽しい。
やっちまえ、あの役立たずの敗者を串刺しにしろ。
Oh, there's more?
機体に複数の損傷を検知。メンテナンス申請を自動提出。
Well, well, if it isn't our new rising star. There's a guy down here. Wonder if he says anything. Chat with the unremarkable repairer. Optional. I'll do that. Does this guy say anything? Hey, light repair gear is in the general section. Yeah. This isn't where you should be. That must be the maintenance platform over there. This is the repairer. Not this guy, that one. Lights on, game on. Noisy mechanoid. He's hidden it though. Unremarkable repairer. Are you the new gladiator? The way you fought just now was really impressive. But strength means nothing here. All just tools for human amusement. Forget it, I'm rambling. The auto repair unit's right across from here. Go patch up your frame. Good luck. See what these people say. Who are you betting on next round? I'm putting 300k on Veronica to win. Nice, you've got guts. Nothing to see here. Move along. Enter maintenance. Be 10. Cool. Lockless cage. In a shattered dreamscape, her consciousness drifts among floating shards of memory. Veronica finds herself adrift in needless darkness, no direction, no path, with only a single blinding ray of light ahead that shines upon some massive shadowy form. As she steps forward, the beam grows more intense, looking as though it's beckoning her toward a destination only it knows. Only it knows. You've advanced to the next arena match, Veronica. Keep fighting. The ultimate prize for victory is your freedom from this place. Her voice fades into darkness as she presses forward. Hands clutched tight, she steels herself for the next battle. She's determined to claim the freedom that should have been hers all along, through victory. Her footsteps echo across the arena's solid metal floor. In the harsh spotlight ahead, she finally sees the object clearly, a massive octagonal cage. But her opponent inside isn't some ferocious mechanical beast, but a mechanoid identical to herself. Her eyes shut tight, the mechanoid in the cage is fast asleep. The cage thunders open. The Veronica in the cage snaps her eyes wide, fixing them on the Veronica outside the stage, her gaze devoid of light and harboring only an abyss of perfect darkness. Veronica moves her lips and says something to her twin outside the cage, except it doesn't seem to reach Veronica. Then Veronica steps free from her prison. The moment she steps outside the cage, however, the restraint collar around her neck erupts with violent electrical current. Under the relentless electrical assault, the doppelganger's body fractures and dissolves, yet those lifeless eyes never waver, locked in their unyielding stare. You will die here. The lights extinguish, plunging everything back into a thick, clinging darkness. She feels her consciousness spiraling downward into an endless void of darkness. Core system scan. 76%. 92%. Scan complete. Initiating module self-calibration. Self-calibration failed. Partial module functionality damage detected. Recursive repair command detected. Self-repair completion 85%. Yeah, kill it. Tear it apart. You want blood. More blood. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. This is so freaking awesome. Hell yeah. Fight to the end. Don't get yourself scrapped too quickly. Ain't every day you get to see something this exciting. Ha ha ha. She opens her eyes, her crimson gaze piercing through the darkness. The shards of her chaotic consciousness dissolve instantly as her memory module completes its diagnostic. She extends her hand and stares at the vital fluid leaking between her fingers. Meanwhile, her vision begins to blur. She struggles to overclock her mechanical core, desperately trying to stabilize her optical systems. The data image of her dream self disintegrating under the restraint collar's power still floats within her consciousness module. Instinctively, she raises her hand to touch the unyielding restraint collar around her neck, the thing that's bound her since the day this body was first activated. You think you can keep me chained like a dog? Damn it. Her razor-sharp claws dig deep into the synthetic skin of her neck as she desperately tears at the collar. The collar instantly discharges a violent electrical current, sending agonizing surges through her consciousness module and forcing her to stop. Ugh. Those bastards. I'm going to crush every last one of them. Down here in the lower level of the arena, there are no rowdy spectators shouting, no mechanical beasts howling. In this cramped space, only thick darkness envelops her. There's no octagonal cage like the one in the arena above. No fight to survive gladiatorial rules. Yet this remains her prison all the same. Throughout this supposed recovery room, mechanoid gladiators, broken and jagged parts lie strewn across the floor. A mingled stench of machine oil and rust permeates the air. If anything, this place looks more like a prison cell. In the darkness beyond, the access controls and surveillance systems monitoring the path to the arena never cease operating as they watch for the slightest movement in this area. The prison cell itself doesn't even need locks. The restraint collars around their necks eliminate any possibility of escape from the mechanoid gladiators. Along both sides of the corridor are identical rooms. Some contain mechanoid gladiators in sleep mode, waiting quietly for their next fight. Others stand empty, their former occupants having been torn to pieces on the arena floor. But soon enough, a fresh batch of mechanoid gladiators will fill these rooms again. Their prison will while awaiting the next match. Their fate is determined entirely by victory or defeat in the arena. In the near-perfect silence of the room, a sound emerges from the distance. Screech, grind, screech. In the darkness, something solid scrapes against the metal floor, producing a sharp, persistent sound. Veronica's acute sensory modules detect the anomaly. Such sounds couldn't come from a human. It's another mechanoid, and it's getting closer. The sound, intermittent, isn't coming from ahead, but from under Veronica's feet. A broken mechanoid lies sprawled on the floor, having been reduced to half a shattered head and one mangled forelimb that spits out sparks with the last traces of power. Vital fluid pools from its broken body, leaving a long trail marking its desperate crawl. Apparently having detected non-compliant behavior from its wearer, the restrained collar around its neck administers relentless electrical shocks as punishment. Under the barrage of shocks, the damaged mechanoid's movements grow more erratic, its damaged voice module spitting out broken words between bursts of static. Failed. Mechanical gladiator. Accepting termination. This mechanoid cannot continue functioning. Fail to unlock freedom. Ending. Target detected. Identifying model. Designation TTXV Enhanced Function Model. Codename Veronica. Scanning. Your frame's operational parameters. Structural integrity. Optimal. Recommendation. Attempt escape. Calculating success rate. 0.019%. Avoid forced decommissioning protocol. One final surge of electricity, the mechanoid succumbs to the overwhelming voltage. The fractured voice from its speech module falls silent completely. Vital fluid seeping from the mechanoid's fractured body pools into a dark mirror at Veronica's feet, reflecting her contorted, enraged face. The shock collar that just executed the mechanoid gets twisted and crushed in her hands. At the same time, a shrill alarm wails from the terminal system. Enough. Hours earlier, while Veronica sank into that dark dreamscape, her many brethren were being systematically destroyed in the arena outside. Everett Arena a few hours ago. Hours have passed since the crowds dispersed. The arena, thundering with spectators just hours ago, now stands eerily empty, with the spotlights still shining upon its vast central stage. Under the harsh lights, a row of mechanical gladiators stands shoulder to shoulder in silence like lifeless automata. Each of their frames, damaged to varying degrees, bears the scars of combat. Overseer looms over the damaged gladiators, its massive steel frame casting shadows across them. After a brief scan, its processing core confirms their identity codes. It then establishes contact through its terminal and awaits instructions from its master on the other end. Execution protocol is ready, Master. Awaiting your termination order. These eyesores are just scrap now. Dispose of them immediately. Worthless, filthy scrap. A whole lot belongs in the trash heap. Yes, Master. We are requesting a postponement of the termination protocol. Our frames are still capable of gladiatorial performances. We request more matches. We can still fight. Request denied. Initiating termination protocol. At Overseer's command, the collars around the mechanoid's necks jump to life and send a surge of high-voltage electricity through their metal frames. The energy cores of all the mechanoids instantly fail with the electric shock, their heavy frames collapsing to the ground like scrap metal. As Overseer sends commands to the system's terminal, ominous sounds echo through the empty arena. With it, the overhead scaffolding holding numerous screens now reveals a massive hydraulic press descending from above. The hydraulic system drives a massive press downward with relentless force. Mechanoid's metal frames are reminiscent of cardboard when crushed and mangled by the massive press. We don't want to be terminated. We can still continue, fight, or entertainment. The press descends with a relentless precision, not stopping until it's flush against the floor, silencing the mechanoids forever. Having executed the mechanical gladiators, the hydraulic press slowly ascends back to its original position, leaving behind only a floor of mechanoid remains crushed beyond recognition. Disposal complete, Master. Excellent. You're right. I really did see something I had never seen in the match today. That Veronica does deserve a grander stage. With it, Master abruptly cuts off communication with Overseer. There is, however, a small anomaly that Overseer's visual sensors fail to notice. That is, among the debris on the floor, one of the mechanoids, having been reduced to a head with broken limbs, is slowly dragging itself away. With Overseer gone, silence reclaims the arena. The only sounds that can be heard now come from a few cleaning robots pre-programmed to complete their cleaning tasks. The cleaning robots dismantle the structures that aren't completely broken down yet, collect component fragments, and deposit them into the waste bins on their backs. They follow their programmed routines with practiced efficiency, meticulously performing their designated job. To their visual processors, the dismembered remains of their kin are nothing more than another assignment to be processed. Amid this mechanical carnage that resembles a battlefield, a petite human girl gracefully weaves her way through the metal remains. Oh, excuse me, could you step aside for a few moments, please? Wait, don't dispose of that. I need that component. The girl in the utility jacket navigates through the mechanical debris in between the working cleaning robots as she carefully avoids stepping on the components scattered at her feet. She crouches down every few steps to examine the damaged components. She picks up parts that are intact and gently dusts them off. Having picked up what she needs, she cups them in her palms and bows her head in silent contemplation, a gesture somewhere between a prayer and remembrance, before carefully storing them in the toolbox she carries on her back. She repeats this ritual over and over, engaged in a private ceremony whose meaning only she seems to understand. It's such a shame. Must have been painful what you just went through, no? That's okay now. It's all over. I'll remember all of you. Your designations, your maintenance records. I've committed every detail to memory. A small, oddly shaped robot has been following her all this time, its mechanical joints creaking and squeaking with every movement. The robot apparently lacks a voice module, forcing it to communicate with its human master solely through movements and gestures. That's right, Hammer. Exactly like that. We're looking for parts with frame designation on them. Great job. I couldn't have done this without you. You're such a big help. The indicator light flashes in a rhythmic pattern. You get that excited over a little praise? Alright then, I'll work extra hard and try to get you a voice module one of these days. The girl smiles as she speaks to Hammer the robot, treating it as if it were her closest friend. Petite, she stands amid the jagged heaps of mechanical debris, reminiscent of a delicate flower quietly blooming among metal ruins. The peaceful moments, however, don't last long. Urgent alarms suddenly blare throughout the arena, flooding every corner in an anxiety-inducing red glow. Alert! 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 Meanwhile, the surveillance system mounted above the arena lets out a cold, mechanical, synthesized voice. Alert! 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 Mechanoid with incomplete termination protocol detected. Target has escaped from core area. What's happening? No way. Did the surveillance system mistake the parts I just collected for an escaped mechanoid? The girl glances nervously all around her while clutching the toolbox stuffed with mechanoid parts against her body. Meanwhile, from the perimeter of the arena, the heavy metallic thud of approaching footsteps echoes in the distance. We're toast. That overseer is coming. Spins in frantic circles. Brain, calm down. Think of something. I gotta come up with something quickly. Despite being nervous, the girl forces herself to stay focused and think clearly. Suddenly, her eyes light up. I know what we need to do. Hammer, quick. Let's shut down the main power breaker. Rapidly, Bob's head up and down. Minutes later, the arena doors slide open with a thunderous sound. The moment Overseer steps inside, the entire arena plunges into complete darkness. Perfect. Power's cut. Now's my chance. In the few seconds it takes for Overseer's visual systems to switch from standard to night vision mode, a petite human girl slips past its massive frame and vanishes into the darkness without a trace. At the same time, Veronica crushes the collar that triggered the system alarm to pieces. The alarms fall silent as the arena returns to normal operation. An Overseer scans the entire area again with night vision. It detects nothing out of the ordinary. Only mechanical debris scattered across the ground and a few cleaning robots performing their assigned missions. Performing sensitivity self-test. After performing another system scan with no anomalies detected, Overseer exits the area, considering it clear. Lower level, staff quarters, Everett Arena. The girl races down the corridor, her chestnut braids bobbing up and down behind her as Hammer keeps pace with rapid steps. Yes, we made it. We're safe. Ow. Rounding the corner, the girl slams straight into a tall man, while Hammer, unable to stop in time, rams itself straight into the back of her knees. The girl and Hammer collapse as her toolbox flies open, sending parts across the floor with a clang that seems to echo forever. Spins wheels frantically, trying to get back up. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It hurts. Hey, Uncle Rocco, why'd you have to stand right there? Sarah, you little troublemaker, been up to no good, huh? Again, huh? Out collecting your junk again, weren't you? Always tinkering with this nonsense. How many times have I told you? You never listen. Be careful or that hard-headed maniac Overseer will catch you and then you'll really be in trouble. You think you're some official, a consortium employee or something? Overseer leaves those people alone because they have privileges, but we don't. Here, you're nothing but a... Okay. They really seem like the careless type to you? Besides, these things aren't junk. They're very, very important to me. These lectures are seriously getting annoying and they hurt my ears. Uncle, could you please stop treating me like a child? Fine, you're not a kid. Tell me just how old are you? Alright. I'll do whatever you say. Won't do it anymore. Happy now? Irritated, Sarah crouches down and starts gathering the scattered parts from the ground, deliberately facing away from the stubbly-faced middle-aged man. Slowly glides toward Uncle Rocco's feet and brushes against his pant leg. Sensing the uncomfortable atmosphere, Hammer, lacking a voice module, clumsily attempts to ease the awkwardness between the two. He quietly watches the girl who stubbornly refuses to meet his gaze. Her earlier sprint has left her bangs stuck together with sweat and her cheeks red. He wants to say something, but in the end remains silent. Indeed, he quietly crouches down next to her and collects the scattered parts from the ground one by one. These parts aren't ordinary gears and bolts. Many are identification plates used to inscribe frame serial numbers, with codes and frame designations still clearly visible. As he places a handful of parts into Sarah's toolbox, the girl, having been quiet all this time, finally looks up at him. I'm sorry, Uncle Rocco. I just can't stand seeing these mechanical gladiators being treated like this. They're destroyed just because they lost their fights. Every single one of them I've repaired and upgraded them myself. I just thought that maybe this way I could at least remember them, you know? You're just like your father. Nothing keeps you guys from doing what you want to do once you've made up your mind. If your old man could see you now, as a little girl all grown up, I bet he'd be proud. Anyway, no matter what happens, I'll always look out for you. What your father asked me to do before he passed. Yeah, right. If he hadn't practically lived at the casino, he wouldn't have racked up mountains of debt and taken out those predatory loans from Everett Consortium. Mom wouldn't have left us either. And he wouldn't have ended up working off his debt as the Consortium's slave. I wouldn't have spent my childhood being shuffled between relatives and neighbors, going hungry for some nights, or getting knocked around every so often. Careful what you say. They're listening. As Uncle Rocco quietly shushes her, he points up at the surveillance camera overhead. The girl responds with a disgruntled pout. Oh, fine. According to the noble Everett Consortium's definition, it's a voluntary long-term personal labor compensation debt resolution program. Sounds pretty, but it's essentially working for them as a slave, right? And I wouldn't have been dragged here by the consortium after he ran away from everything and forced to continue his glorious 20-year program because he didn't have the guts to face any of this himself. He really did escape, didn't he? Escaped this whole world, never to return. Barely even remember his face anymore. It's weird though. No matter how many times I tell myself this is all his fault, I still can't bring myself to completely hate him. Keep remembering riding on his shoulders while Mom stood nearby, laughing when I was little. How did everything change? Dad got hooked on gambling, fell into debt with loan sharks, and Mom just walked out. Even said she wouldn't let me become her burden. I mean, they're just so irresponsible. Ugh, I'm rambling like this, and I'm just tired. Though Sarah maintains her defined tone, she buries her face in her knees to wipe away the tear tracks on her cheeks. Her slightly trembling shoulders, however, betray her true emotional state. Seeing the usually stubborn girl reveal such a vulnerable side, Uncle Rocco finds himself at a loss for comforting words. The air between them grows heavy with unspoken tension. Even the little robot, usually adept at supporting its master, fails to process the atmosphere between the two humans. It simply stands there silently, as if experiencing a momentary system freeze. The silence is shattered when Uncle Rocco suddenly erupts into violent coughing. His fit intensifies with each hack, his face gradually turning a sickly pale blue. Cough, cough, cough. Uncle Rocco, are you alright? Sarah rushes over to pat him on the back. Rocco, however, shakes his head while pointing at the pouch he carries around his waist, apparently trying to ask Sarah to take out what's inside. With fumbling hands, she rummages through his oil-stained pouch and finally locates a medicine bottle buried among all sorts of repair tools. Sarah can barely make out what it says on the heavily worn label on the bottle. Uncle Rocco struggles to steady his cough-induced trembling hands while carefully tipping out several pills. He shoves all the pills into his mouth at once and swallows them down. After a long moment, he starts looking better. Uncle Rocco, is your illness getting worse? Why are you taking so many pills now? I'm fine. Just an old condition. I'm used to it by now. This isn't right, Uncle Rocco. You can't just keep going on painkillers alone. You gotta do something about it. Don't worry, I've got it figured out. It's just 3 more years. I think I can still hang in there. Once I've paid off these last 3 years of work hours, I'm gonna cough. Get out of here. Damn, these work hours are so hard to earn. I make so little but spend so much. I'd love to trade for some cigarettes and booze, but I can't exactly go without these painkillers. Who knows how many more years I'll have to slave away just to pay off these 3 years of work hours. Uncle Rocco. I counted up, I've been working here for over a decade now. Your father used to be my assistant, and now it's your turn. Voluntary Long-Term Debt Resolution Program. Such a pretty name for what's basically prison. Those mechanical gladiators are locked up in here, and so are mechanics like us who fix those metal brutes. We're all human, doing the same work in the same place, but the difference between us and those consortium employees, it's like heaven and earth. Clock in and out on schedule, get vacations, salaries, overtime pay, insurance. I used to have all that when I was younger, and then it was all gone. It's my own fault, though. I was always chasing big money, trying to give my family a better life. I ended up drowning in loan shark debt. Here I am, with my wife and kids gone. I don't blame them for leaving, though I do wonder how they are doing now. Who am I kidding? Pretty damn sure they're doing a whole lot better now without me dragging them down. Cough. Sarah, usually quick-witted, finds herself at a loss for words. She clutches the small robot in her arms, a sorrowful expression spreading across her face. It's all my fault. You see, I'm not exactly good with words. Cough, cough. All I do is whine about my problems, and now I've gone and made you feel bad. There ever comes a day when suddenly the surveillance system overhead blares with a harsh electronic tone, cutting their conversation short. Inappropriate speech detected. System has logged your first violation today. Sarah, junior mechanic. Violations this quarter, 17. Penalty, 120 work hours deducted. Roko, mid-level mechanic. Violations this quarter, 3. Penalty, 25 work hours deducted. You have both violated the Ever Consortium Employee Code of Conduct, Article 5. Employees are prohibited from holding negative discussions regarding the consortium. Hey, you've got to be kidding me. How can you just dock our hours like that? What exactly did we say wrong? Sarah, junior mechanic. Violations this quarter, 18. Penalty, 150 hours deducted. You have both violated the Ever Consortium Employee Code of Conduct, Article 14. Questioning, contradicting, or threatening the surveillance system in any form is prohibited. Damn it, you piece of... Roko, however, shakes his head slightly, apparently trying to tell Sarah to just be quiet. On the verge of explosion, Sarah eventually manages to bite her lip and swallow whatever she was about to say. The omnipresent surveillance system might seem dormant most days, but the highly sensitive semantic recognition module in each terminal works tirelessly, never missing a beat. The moment it catches any potentially prohibited words in conversation, the system responds with its favorite punishment, deduction of work hours. More and more work piles up without a single credit in payment, all supposedly to repay their enormous debt, a sum so vast it defies imagination. And the only way to obtain food and basic supplies needed for survival, exchange the work hours they've struggled so hard to accumulate. The terminal's AI algorithms have calculated their every move with terrifying precision, reducing them to nothing more than tiny cogs in the vast machinery of the arena. Take it easy and get some rest. We have an early start tomorrow. I see the terminal has already sent out next week's work orders. We've got a bunch of new mechanoids coming in. We've extended the season again. Work won't be easy. But you know you can always count on my help if you ever need it. You'll be handling sections A through F tomorrow, and I'll take care of all the rest. I'm heading back now. If you need anything, just speak to your terminal. Never put mine on silent. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Uncle Roko. She returns to her room, a cramped windowless cell, barely a few square meters in size. Besides her basic necessities, every inch of the room is crammed with repair tools and equipment. The exhaust fan drones with a constant hum, yet even its tireless efforts can't dispel the lingering scent of machine oil that permeates the air. Good night, Hammer. Get some rest. We've got work first thing tomorrow. Returns to the charging dock after the indicator light blinks softly a few times. Excuse me. After a quick wash-up, Sarah turns off the lights and lies down in the dark room. Only in this darkness, when she can no longer see the cramped, filthy space around her, can her thoughts finally take wing like a bird in flight. In her mind, she's no longer an oil-stained mechanic without freedom. She can go anywhere her heart desires. Her fingers, having found the pendant she wears around her neck, carefully trace along the edges of the wings on it. Her parents got her this pendant as a gift before she was born. In her boundless realm of fantasy, if these wings could grow from her shoulders, she would spread them wide and fly away from this prison that has caged her for so long. The thoughts take wing, soaring gracefully beyond this room, past the arena's domed ceiling, and toward the vast starry expanse she hasn't seen in years. Away from this mechanical arena that has imprisoned her for far too long. Get a drink of water. Opening lines. Lower level gladiator maintenance area, Everett Arena. Sarah stands at the security entrance to the mechanical gladiator maintenance area, toolbox in hand with Hammer quietly following her. 120 minutes to complete repairs and module upgrades on 7 mechanoids. Hammer, we've got quite the challenge ahead of us today. The indicator light flashes rapidly. She pulls out her terminal, brings up the information sheet, quickly scrolls through the details. Let me see. Standard models, routine maintenance, 3 units. Arc, winch, and chain. Modified models, upgrade installations, 2 units. No repair jobs too tough for Sarah the all-capable. Let's go, Hammer. Another day of getting things done right and fast. Hey, Uncle Rocco, you hearing this? I'm about to get started over here. Better keep up. Oh, is that so? I'm already working on my first one. Maybe you should have sprinted to your station instead of chatting. Shut up. Sarah ends the terminal call with a huff, double-checks her schedule, takes a deep breath, and pulls out her ID card to place it against the security camera, scanner. Identity verified. Employee 304763. Sarah, junior mechanic. Access granted to lower mechanical section A. The security system lets out a mechanical beep, confirming its verification, and the heavy metal doors slide apart with a dull, rusty groan. The moment Sarah sees the mechanical gladiators, her face lights up with a radiant smile, as if she's reuniting with old friends. Good morning, my brave mechanical gladiator heroes. Today's another day for Sarah the mechanic to give your frames some much-needed TLC. Command received. Awaiting maintenance. The mechanoids awaiting maintenance respond only with identical emotionless tones, making Sarah scratch her head in disappointment. Nothing more than basic interaction, huh? Bet this is an outdated batch. After a brief moment of disappointment, Sarah breaks into a smile again as she follows the instructions on her terminal and enters the first mechanical gladiator's chamber. Mechanic authority confirmed. Switching this frame to maintenance mode. Let me see. Transmission system shows some wear and the power core's energy conversion rate is down to just 40%. But the biggest issue here seems to be your visual recognition module. Seems like the entire component needs a complete upgrade. My work authorization only covers routine maintenance, and I don't exactly have that much time to spend. Well, this is difficult. Let's see. How about you give your mobility recognition components an upgrade? That should boost your chances in the arena. Copy that. Modification plan confirmed. Although, there's not much I can really do for you all. Either way, give it your all in the arena and fight for that championship. Unable to process command. Emotional content and communication not recognized. That's alright. Okay then, I'm going to disconnect your energy core now. That should do it. Hammer, hand me wrench number 7 from the toolbox. Sarah hunches over her intense repair work, fully immersed in the maze of complex mechanical components and circuitry and completely oblivious to her surroundings. She quickly completes the maintenance on the unit and jogs over to the next waiting one. We're ready to repeat the entire process again. All the while, Hammer, being her most reliable assistant, responds quickly to Sarah's every command. Their condition is flawless. Whether Sarah verbally asks Hammer to do something or with gestures, Hammer, always ready to help, never fails to respond with perfect accuracy. A sharp contrast to the bubbly young woman she usually is, Sarah now takes on the laser-focused demeanor of a professional mechanical engineer. Time passes unnoticed as fine beads of sweat form on her forehead from concentration, her mind completely unaware of the hours slipping silently by. Yeah, sure ain't easy. Let me see where I am. I think there's still one left to do. Wait, I've got less than 10 minutes left? Sarah screams after a glance at her terminal. At the same moment, the surveillance system overhead issues a warning alert. Sarah, junior mechanic. Repair work status at risk. Time remaining 10 minutes. Work remaining CTXV enhanced function module codename Veronica. Quantity 1. Please complete your assignment within the allocated time frame. Failure to do so will result in the forfeiture of all work hours logged today. The indicator light flashes at high frequency. Let's go, Hammer. We gotta get that last one fixed. We've only got 9 minutes and 52 seconds left. Sarah sprints down the dimly lit corridor, causing the items in her toolbag to clatter chaotically with each desperate stride. Hammer struggles to keep pace with her footsteps, nearly toppling over several times while navigating the sharp corners. The girl stumbles into a halt when she arrives at the room she meant to come to, her breath still coming in gasps when she finds herself staring into a pair of crimson mechanoid eyes. The tall figure's face is utterly devoid of expression, his cold eyes fixed on Sarah. Unfazed by Veronica's demeanor, however, Sarah breaks into a smile. Wow, so you're Veronica. You look so human-like. Like one of those heroines who knows how to fight. You can call me Sarah. I'm a mechanic here. Can we be friends? Oops, sorry, didn't mean to be rude or anything. We can totally take it slow here. I got a little overexcited just now because I've never seen a mechanoid like you. The girl's eyes sparkle with excitement as she extends her hand to Veronica, ready to greet her as though she were a human. A split second after, the silent mechanoid extends its hand in response, but instead of returning the human's friendly gesture, it violently seizes her by the throat. Veronica's cold mechanical hand tightens around Sarah's neck, constricting her windpipe. Sarah struggles to breathe, unable to get a single word out. She has no idea what triggered the mechanoid's rage, but her current situation makes one thing clear. The slightest resistance would be enough for that hand to snap her neck. You say you're a mechanic? Sarah manages only the faintest nod, hoping that even this tiny movement will be recognized as confirmation. Veronica hurls a collar, twisted beyond recognition, to the ground in fury. It's the same device that terminated that broken, nameless mechanoid the day before. Remove this damn thing from my neck. The mechanical hand around Sarah's throat loosens slightly. Finally able to draw a breath, Sarah breaks into a fit of desperate coughing. She realizes this is her chance to explain. Cough, cough, cough. It can't be taken off. This device, it's connected to the terminal system. Any attempt to remove it would instantly trigger an alarm. If I do that, Overseer would take you to that place where mechanoids are executed. But the mechanoid merely fixes her with an icy stare, clearly unsatisfied with her answer. The hand around Sarah's throat tightens again, a silent warning. She desperately tries to pry the mechanical hand from her throat, but her efforts are futile. In the midst of their standoff, Sarah's personal terminal begins to ring in her pocket. Its monotonous tone echoes throughout the room, except she can't answer it. It clatters to the floor and connects with an accidental tap. From the other end comes an impatient human voice. Hey Sarah, you there? Have you finished fixing your metal brutes yet? I got stuck with nothing but heaps of junk on my end. Such a pain in the ass. I see no point in fixing them at all given how beat up they are. Might as well just scrap the whole lot. Why aren't you answering? Need a hand over there? Well, bet you're just too busy there. I've got 2 more sections to go, so I can't come over anytime soon. Catch you later. Call ends with a sharp click. Heaps of junk, huh? That's how you people always see us. Failed mechanoids crushed like worthless trash without a second thought. Sarah struggles desperately, fighting for even a gasp of air as suffocation starts setting in, but it's completely futile. There's no need to explain. You can only blame yourself for failing to earn yourself a chance to survive. The mechanical hand clamped around Sarah's throat tightens its grip mercilessly, squeezing the air from her lungs with methodical precision. The other mechanoid gladiators remain motionless in standby mode. Responding to human distress calls isn't part of the programming in their processing modules. The surveillance system remains unresponsive as well. Evidently, it's designed to monitor employee productivity, not their safety. Oxygen deprivation blurs Sarah's consciousness. Just as darkness begins to claim her, a mechanical whirring sounds from behind. Hammer has come to her rescue. Emits a piercing alarm and rams into Veronica at full speed. The tiny robot is no match for Veronica, but it still rams into her with everything it's got, desperately trying to make her let go of its master. With cold indifference, Veronica stares down at Hammer. Its body, nothing more than a patchwork of all sorts of components, is now damaged from ramming. Hammer's effort, however, seems to prove effective. Veronica's grip loosens slightly. As Sarah catches her breath, she doesn't cry for help. Instead, she calls out desperately. Hammer! Stop that already. Pathetic. You really think this weapon of yours can put a dent in me? Veronica's powerful tail lashes out, ready to crush the little robot in one swift strike. No! Desperation, Sarah twists her still trapped body and swings her arm to intercept Veronica's tail. Smack. Ugh. The impact and grunt are heard almost at the same time. Sarah's eyes glaze over as her arm falls limp, blood streaming from the wound. Don't you dare hurt my friend. Forcing out these defiant words, Sarah appears oblivious to what's happening to herself and the greater danger that might ensue from these words. Friend? Veronica's gaze turns cold as she looks at the small robot still futilely charging at her, then back to Sarah. Sarah, still frozen in terror moments ago, now stares back at Veronica without a trace of fear. The spark of courage in the girl's emerald eyes burns like an extinguishable flame. Inextinguishable. How pathetically foolish. Veronica lets out a cold snort and relaxes her combat stance. She folds her arms across her chest and sizes Sarah up with icy indifference. With purple bruises around her slender neck and blood streaming from her injured arm, Sarah gasps for air in relief. Ignoring her own injury, she immediately rushes to Hammer's side to check if the little robot has sustained any damage from repeatedly ramming itself into Veronica. Are you okay, Hammer? Don't worry, these are just minor scratches. I'll patch you right up when we get home. The indicator light blinks slowly and rhythmically. Think this little show you're putting on is going to change how I see you people? You're no different from those humans in the stands. Machines are nothing but tools to you people. We mechanoids fight desperately in the arena, struggling to be the last ones standing, only to advance to the next round and face the same brutal cycle all over again. And you mechanics? You only repair us mechanoids after each match so we can keep those humans entertained. You all crave the thrill of watching us being torn apart in the arena. It's the only spectacle that satisfies your bloodlust. Revs up and attempts to ram into Veronica again with increased force. That's enough. Stop it, Hammer. The little robot still maintains a hostile attitude toward Veronica, its indicator light flashing frantically while Sarah tries desperately to calm it down. Sarah and Veronica face each other in tense silence, the air between them awkwardly still, until a notification from the monitoring system shatters the brief quiet. Sarah, Junior Mechanic, repair work status, incomplete. Work remaining, CTX-V, enhanced function model, codename Veronica, quantity 1. This violation contravenes Article 10 of the Everett Consortium Employee Code of Conduct. Late work completion or substandard work quality within the designated time frame is prohibited. Your day's work hours have been forfeited as penalty. This infraction has been reported to management. Instead of lashing out at the system like she usually does, Sarah responds only with a pout. Yeah, whatever floats your boat. Go ahead, dock more of my hours. If things get any worse, I'll just stop trying altogether. Nuzzles repeatedly against Sarah's pant leg. Oh, there. I was only kidding. I still need to keep earning points to get you a voice module someday, don't I? With her work jacket, she casually wipes a component she just removed from Hammer and meticulously puts the component back in. Veronica notices the girl's filthy jacket that's completely covered in machine oil and grime, its original color barely discernible under the stains. It's worlds apart from the immaculate fashionable attire worn by the human spectators in the arena stands. Sarah is completely absorbed in repairing her little robot, utterly oblivious to everything else around her. The terminal on the floor suddenly starts ringing again. Huh? Where's my terminal? She turns around to find her terminal, now only inches from her face, nearly smacking into her. Because Veronica has shoved her terminal, still ringing, into Sarah's face. Sarah freezes in confusion, but soon realizes that Veronica isn't about to smash her terminal into her skull, as she's simply waiting for Sarah to take it. Thank you. Sarah reaches out to take her terminal from Veronica. The blood around her wound hasn't yet completely dried. This... No, it's more like... Blood starts trickling from her wound again when her terminal comes into contact with it. Sarah hisses in pain and quickly clutches her hand. Sarah and Veronica face each other in silence, the air between them growing strangely still and uncomfortable. The terminal now in Sarah's hand continues to vibrate. She quickly hits the answer button and Uncle Roko's panicked voice erupts from the speaker. Hello? Hello? Sarah, what the hell are you doing? What took you so long to answer? What's going on with you? Why is Overseer heading your way? Actually, the big guy is already on its way. What? Can't be serious. Sarah already hears Overseer's heavy footsteps coming from the far end of the corridor before she can even disconnect the call. Sarah quickly slips out of Veronica's room and dashes to the corridor where she stands at rigid attention. This ritual of standing straight to receive a scolding from Overseer is something she's mastered through plenty of practice. With the Overseer now standing right in front of Sarah, its frame towering over her, she has difficulty making out its face even if she cranes her neck. Its very presence radiates an overwhelming sense of authority that's impossible to ignore. Too afraid to look up, Sarah quietly waits for Overseer to scan her face and analyze her every micro-expression. She struggles to keep her face neutral and harmless looking, knowing the machine is searching for any sign of defiance. With the facial scan complete, Overseer, in a cold, emotionless tone, starts speaking. Mechanic Sarah, explain the reason for your tardiness. I'm sorry, I was too slow. I promise it won't happen again. Your current response does not align with your behavior thus far. According to your records, of your 54 previous tardiness infractions, you denied responsibility 28 times and displayed inappropriate behavior toward the surveillance system 17 times. Final verification. Are there any other unreported incidents? Be advised that withholding information will result in the forfeiture of all your work hours for this month. Nothing at all, I swear. I promise. Sarah strains to make her voice sound utterly sincere, her expression a perfect blend of innocence and conviction. She stands perfectly straight while keeping her injured hand behind her back. Overseer's micro-expression and voice pattern analysis detects no anomalies in Sarah's behavior, nothing that matches the physiological indicators of deception. Having finally completed its protocol-mandated verification process, Overseer departs from the area. With the Overseer completely gone now, Sarah exhales with profound relief and quickly slips back into the room where Veronica is waiting. I'm here to work, duh. Now stop giving me that look. They've already docked my pay for today anyway, so what does it matter now? Your frame's taken some serious damage and needs some fixing if you want to win your next match. Sarah twirls the small wrench in her hand with a hint of swagger, seemingly trying to show off her expertise. Keep your filthy hands off my frame. Veronica coldly tosses a somewhat dirty piece of cloth toward Sarah, then turns away without another glance. Silence occupies the room once more. But it doesn't last long before Veronica speaks again. Maybe next time. Okay. This, Sarah figures, is a sign that Veronica has softened. Having completed all her tasks for the day, Sarah hums a tune as she walks briskly back to the staff quarters. Legs behind Sarah, the indicator lights pulsing slowly. Hey, I'm okay. Why are you still set? Stops abruptly, refusing to follow Sarah any further. Why are you sulking again? Told you I'm okay. Things aren't what you think they are. See, Veronica didn't actually mean to hurt me. So, be nice to her when you see her again, alright? Aged wish. Upper level competition zone, Everett Arena. It's halfway into the season, and yet the arena boils with more energy than ever tonight, with all eyes eagerly awaiting her performance. The crowd chants Veronica in rhythmic waves, watching in awe as the lance-wielding mechanoid with her trailing tail emerges from the tunnel and strides into the arena. But the center of the arena remains empty. No octagonal cage with mechanical beasts rises from the floor as usual. Instead, the iron gate on the opposite side of the arena thunders open. An armed mechanoid emerges from the darkness and steps into the harsh spotlight of the arena. It's not one of the bizarre mechanical beasts, but a humanoid mechanoid just like Veronica. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's matchup is Veronica versus Winch. Prepare yourselves for a heart-pounding battle. Well, why am I not surprised at all? The mechanoid approaches Veronica with ponderous steps, its visual modules scanning for what its programming designates as a combat opponent. Commencing winning probability analysis. Combat target CTX-V enhanced function model codenamed Veronica. Winning probability against Veronica 0.0032%. As Winch's synthetic voice fades, an octagonal iron cage rockets up from under the floor and traps both mechanoids inside. A piercing buzzer signaling the start of the fight sounds throughout the arena. The crowd erupts at the sight, the bloodthirsty desire for violence carried on waves of cheers that flood the arena floor. Get it, Veronica! Show no mercy! That's right, we've got money riding on you. Winning probability against Veronica, 0.0032%. Achieve victory. Advance in tournament. Win freedom. Winch assumes a combat stance. Then it brandishes its weapon as it charges at Veronica. This cramped iron cage serves as the stage for their final performance, where the victor earns cheers while the loser faces only judgment and destruction. Winch's behavioral components and frame sensitivity are severely outdated, far inferior even to the mechanical beasts Veronica has defeated before. It simply follows its programmed attack mode and launches one predictable assault after another. Veronica knows that she could reduce this fragile mechanoid to scrap metal with just one counterattack. Her opponent simply stands no chance against her. But she can't bring herself to destroy her own kind, even though it's her only path to survival and advancement in the arena. Don't do this. I'm not going to fight you. Achieve victory. Advance in tournament. Win freedom. Her opponent, however, simply continues its programmed patterns of attack, showing no reaction whatsoever to Veronica's words. Can't you see? You have no chance of winning. Target locked, ready to attack. The mechanoid steps closer and delivers a swing that barely grazes Veronica. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Keep this up and I'll have no choice but to destroy you. These humans just want to watch us tear each other apart for their amusement. Target not retaliating. Continuing attack. Facing a fellow mechanoid trapped in a broken logic loop, Veronica can no longer hold back. Her lance traces a gleaming arc through the air before crashing into the ground with tremendous force. And she has no desire to destroy her own kind. Enough! Drop your weapon now. Combat analysis. Veronica has lost offensive weapon. Winning probability against Veronica, 0.089%. Winch, without a moment's hesitation, launches another powerful strike at Veronica. Veronica is now up against the wall with nowhere left to hide, leaving her with no choice but to absorb the full force of the incoming blow with her body. When the harsh screech of metal tearing through metal fades away, only the soft patter of vital fluid dripping onto the floor remains. A diagonal gash runs down from Veronica's chest to her abdomen, exposing her internal components as vital fluid trickles down her frame and pools on the floor. Combat analysis. Veronica's frame damaged. Winning probability against Veronica, 0.1 to 127%. Continue attack. Increase power output. Achieve victory. Advance in tournament. Win freedom. Enough. Stop this right now. We shouldn't be doing this. We should be working together to fight those humans out there. Veronica's words are met with nothing but another attack from Winch, who, coming at her with everything it has, channels all its momentum into this strike. With it, Winch's body lets out a harsh screech of grinding, twisting metal. Rebooting. 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 Winch falters and freezes. A few violent tremors later, however, it resumes its high-speed assault. But Winch's attack misses its mark, its weapon slamming into the metal cage instead. Sparks fly as the massive blade becomes wedged in between the bars. The momentum built up during its charge makes it impossible for the bulky mechanoid to control its movements. It continues hurtling forward without slowing even slightly. Unable to stop its momentum, Winch impales itself on its own weapon. Vital fluid gushes from the huge wound in its frame. Achieve victory. Advance in tournament. Win freedom. Victory. Tournament. Freedom. Victory. Freedom. Freedom. The catastrophic damage to its frame has thrown Winch's speech protocols into complete disarray, causing it to repeat these words again and again. Screech, screech, screech. Winch screeches one step at a time as it forcibly pulls itself out of the weapon it has impaled itself with. Victory. Freedom. Freedom. Kill. Veronica. Victory. Freedom. Winch maintains its attack protocol as it turns its severely damaged body toward Veronica and raises its weapon once more. This has to stop. Winch's body has entered an overload state due to his corrupted logic circuits. Its eyes flash with frenzied red light, and each attack comes with the piercing screech of metal as its body contorts unnaturally. Left with no other choice, Veronica tightens her grip on her lance once more. With a powerful swing of her lance, the octagonal cage shatters with a thunderous crash. The shockwave blasts the frenzied mechanoid backward and sends it crashing heavily to the ground. The components between its head and body have shattered, leaving only a few sparking wires to keep them connected, yet Winch continues to repeat the same meaningless words. Kill. Veronica. Victory. Freedom. Hooray! She did it! She won! Kill that piece of junk! When the long, deadlocked battle finally reaches its turning point, the crowd again erupts into cheers. They roar with anticipation, hungry for the highlight of every match. That is, the moment when the victor completely destroys their opponent with its weapon. To the human spectators, the twisted and mangled mechanical gladiator is nothing but a tool whose complete destruction keeps them entertained. Yet Veronica, despite her victory, simply stands motionless, refusing to do as expected. The crowd wastes no time lashing out against her. What are you standing there for? Finish it! Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing, you long-tailed freak? She feels an invisible pressure behind her and turns to face Overseer, who now stands silently in the darkness beyond the arena, like death itself passing judgment on the mechanical gladiator's fates. As with every previous match, this traitor that has turned its back on mechanoids to serve humanity appears exactly where it's supposed to be, monitoring and recording everything that's happening on the arena floor. She knows that Overseer is the one that operates the hydraulic press to execute the defeated mechanical gladiators after every match, a cruelty that remains an indelible nightmare in her consciousness module. Immense execution, Veronica. Finally, she slowly raises her lance to aim its tip at the kinetic core, the heart, that is, of her fellow mechanoid. Get on with it! Skewer that worthless piece of junk! Victory. Freedom. Freedom. The red light in the mechanoid's eye slowly fades as it continues to repeat the same fragments of broken speech. In those flickering optical sensors there is no fear, no bleeding, for the mechanoid operates only a simple programmed belief. Victory means freedom. Die! Amid the audience's cheers, Veronica's lance cuts through the air with a resonant hum. A thunderous metallic impact kicks up a cloud of dust that immediately silences the bloodthirsty crowd. Except the lance hasn't pierced her opponent's body. Instead, it's driven into the floor next to it. Having channeled her suppressed rage into this act of defiance, Veronica quietly retracts her lance and turns to leave the arena. Behind her, the crowd erupts into an even louder fury. What the swear word? What was that? Has that long-tailed piece of scrap metal gone haywire or what? Does this match even count? I bet my entire life savings on her this season. If it doesn't count, does that mean I just lost every damn cent? Veronica walks away with measured steps, deaf to the obscenities hurled at her from behind. Suddenly she finds herself blocked by a towering figure. ZTXV Enhanced Function Model, codenamed Veronica. Your actions have severely violated arena regulations. Initiating disciplinary protocol. Traitor, spare me your programmed garbage. Before Veronica can finish her sentence, the restrained collar around her neck discharges a massive electric current. Pain surges through her entire frame, forcing her to drop to one knee. First offense, warning. Next offense, termination. Despite the excruciating pain, Veronica refuses to beg for mercy. Instead, she snaps her head up, her crimson eyes burning with defiance. You bastard. Target resistance detected. Escalating disciplinary protocol. Through its visual analysis feed, Overseer sees that Veronica refuses to yield to the intensified electrical current. Instead, she slowly uses her lance as support to rise back to her feet. Is that all you've got? You think this is enough to make me bow to you? Don't make me laugh. You backstabbing traitor, you betrayed your own kind. Go straight to hell. She raises her lance and, with what little strength she can still muster, thrusts at Overseer's mechanical core. But the cumulative damage to her frame from countless arena battles causes her attack to falter. The lance pierces Overseer's outer shell but deflects at the last second, missing its vital core. Her visual feed distorts further as waves of agony surge through her consciousness module. She collapses involuntarily to her knees, watching her vital fluid drip steadily from her frame onto the floor. Through her dimming vision, Veronica sees Overseer's weapon trained on her. Her sisters no longer respond to her desperate attempts to mount one final counterattack. Target resistance escalated to critical level, initiating termination protocol. Overseer raises his energy cannon and takes aim at Veronica. But just as the trigger is about to be pulled, a voice command with the highest authorization interrupts Overseer's execution protocol. It's a human's voice. Taking matters into your own hands isn't something I appreciate. You know full well whose property she is, don't you? The moment that voice reaches its audio receptors, Overseer freezes in place. This little incident today has convinced me she deserves a reward. Given how she's revealed her most authentic self on the stage exactly as I thought she would. Bump her up to the next round. You know what to do, don't you? Having issued the command, the human on the other end terminates the call. Yes, Master. You human lapdog. Overseer shows no reaction to Veronica's curse, now treating her as though she didn't exist. Having bumped up Veronica to the next match in its terminal system as it had been instructed to, Overseer turns and walks back toward the still roaring arena. Through Veronica's fading vision, the arena blurs as the human crowd erupts into wild cheers, punctuated by the sharp grating sounds of twisted metal. Ugh. It's the sound of the hydraulic press again, operated by Overseer, as it pounds a winch into scattered fragments of metal and circuitry. Yeah, don't stop. Keep going. Again, smash that thing to bits. Yes, crush it. Crush it. Stop it. Bastard. The world around her gradually fades to darkness as she realizes all her visual modules are shutting down one by one. The arena's clamor too gradually fades away, just as everything begins to sink into thick darkness. She catches a voice she immediately recognizes. Huh? Veronica, what are you doing here? Oh no, are you alright? Hang on, I'll do something about this. She feels the warmth of human hands, but in that same moment she loses herself completely to the darkness that engulfs her whole. In the endless darkness, her consciousness dissolves into countless shattered data particles that are constantly churned and scattered within a boiling ocean of data. She can no longer feel her body or reach an exit. She does know she'll remain trapped forever in this dark prison. Veronica. In the boundless darkness, she glimpses a faint light. The tiny speck of light thinly descends into the chaos that's her consciousness. Its soft glow shimmers, gradually drawing the scattered, broken data particles together to reform her body and mind. Then the light begins to dance and transforms into the shape of a bird. With wings outstretched, it guides her steps away from the realm of darkness. The pain surging through her consciousness module gradually subsides. The frozen, sluggish feeling permeating her limbs slowly dissipates. She opens her eyes to find a pair of clear jade green eyes looking back at her. Oh my, thank goodness. You. Sarah, leaning over Veronica with eyes full of joy, finally straightens up with a long sigh of relief once she sees Veronica conscious. You had me terrified. It took me such a long time to fix you that I thought we'd lost you. You know, I found you on the ground outside the arena severely damaged. Luckily, I showed up when I did and brought you back here. But no worries, I didn't just fix you up. I also upgraded a bunch of your modules while I was at it. We're all set now. Yeah, I'm absolutely beat. I just want to lie down and do nothing now. Hey, Hammer, grab me an energy drink, would you? Thanks. Zora flops into the rest pod embedded in the wall without even bothering to remove her shoes. In one fluid motion, she grabs a drink from the mechanical arm of Hammer as it scurries over, downing it in one gulp. Having recovered slightly, Sarah turns her head toward Veronica, still smiling, apparently waiting for the mechanoid to break the silence with questions. Only now does Veronica finally have a chance to look at the space she is in. A brightly lit room, nothing like the gladiator maintenance area, with personal belongings and repair tools scattered chaotically about. This is my room. A bit messy, I know, but I call it organized chaos. I know exactly where everything is. Why would you do this? According to what you said, none of this counts towards your work hours. Huh? What a weird question. You can't just leave a friend in danger. You help friends whenever they need it. That's just basic common sense. Work hours ain't got nothing on a friend's life, no? Sarah tilts her head slightly, eyes still twinkling with mischief, seemingly surprised that Veronica would even ask such a question. To her, this mechanoid, someone she barely knew before, has already been deemed a friend worthy of her full support. A friend? You didn't really think I was going to buy that, did you? I am not what you would call a friend. Oops, sorry about that. My bad. Sarah sticks out her tongue playfully, but doesn't seem upset at all. She steals a glance at Veronica, relieved to find no trace of anger. She knows all too well that things wouldn't have ended well had she really gotten under Veronica's skin. Silently glides over and nestles against Veronica's leg. Hammer no longer shows any signs of aggression toward Veronica. In his programming logic, this mechanoid is now classified as someone its master approves of. Tilts head upward, the indicator lights pulsing slowly. Good boy, Hammer. After a moment of silence, Veronica finally extends her hand and gently places it on Hammer's head. The indicator light blinks rhythmically. Sarah can't help but smile at what she's seeing. She hops down from the stasis pod. Seeing this, Hammer quickly returns to its master's side. The parrot oil still smudges Sarah's cheeks and clothes, but she doesn't seem to care in the slightest, completely absorbed in her interaction with Hammer. She glances at Veronica every so often, trying to coax her into joining the game with her little buddy. Her smile radiates warmth as she treats Hammer not as some lifeless mechanoid, but with the same genuine joy one would share with a dear friend. At the arena, Veronica has never seen a human brimming with such joy. Ow, ouch, ouch, ouch. Hammer, don't touch my wounds. That really hurts. Sarah, who has been happily playing with the little robot, suddenly winces in pain and stops. Veronica suddenly notices the vivid purple-red bruises marking Sarah's pale neck, a souvenir from their first violent encounter. Her hand, which Veronica has also injured, remains wrapped in thick layers of bandages. Sarah notices Veronica staring and quickly covers the marks, looking slightly embarrassed. No, it's nothing, really. They're gonna heal in a few days. But wow, you're incredibly strong. You really caught me off guard back then. You don't need to act tough. Human bodies are pathetically fragile to begin with anyway. Though stung by what Veronica said, Sarah can't deny the truth of those words, given their current situation. She merely responds with an awkward smile, offering no argument. According to humans, this is when I should say, I'm sorry, no? Sarah never expected to get an apology from Veronica. While Veronica's face remains as stern as ever, her apology leaves Sarah genuinely stunned. Come on, don't worry. I mean, anyone would have been angry had they been in your shoes. This place is awful to begin with. The way they treat mechanoids here is completely unfair. Anyone would be angry getting treated like that. Sarah offers a reassuring smile, then walks to the workstation on the opposite side of the room. Anyway, I should probably try to get work done. Don't worry, you're welcome to stay here and rest up for a while. I checked the system schedule. You don't have any matches today, so there won't be any problems. Relax. Overseer never comes here because this is the human staff break room. Sarah removes the wing-shaped pendant from her neck and fiddles with it briefly. The unassuming trinket springs to life and projects holographic blueprints of several mechanoid frames. She hunches over the cluttered workbench and carefully calibrates all sorts of component modules while cross-referencing the data from the holographic projection. Sarah remains completely absorbed in her task until she notices a shadow gradually looming across her work. Huh? She looks up to find Veronica's eyes fixed on her. They stare at each other in silence. Sarah has no idea when Veronica appeared or how long she's been standing there watching. Oh, what's up? Veronica doesn't answer. Instead, she leans forward, plants both hands on the workbench, and brings her face uncomfortably close to Sarah's. What are you doing? Is there something on my face? What is that? Veronica leans in even closer, and Sarah suddenly realizes that Veronica isn't staring at her at all, but at something behind her. Sarah turns around to see a yellowed picture on the wall, a field of flowers bathed in sunset light with a small bird soaring across. It's an illustration she tore from a picture book back when she was a child, one of the few personal treasures she brought when she fled her home in a hurry. Oh, this picture? Do you like it? Sarah carefully removes the fragile, paper-thin illustration from the wall and hands it to Veronica. I've always loved flowers. It's a shame we don't have any here. And birds. We don't have those here either. Everything here is just metal, cold and lifeless. If only I were a bird, I'd fly away from this place and go wherever I want. Fly away, huh? Yeah, I've heard there's a simulated sky dome at the top where you can see artificial stars at night. All the higher-ups can go there whenever they want to rest themselves up or whatever. I've never been allowed up there myself. I wish I could fly up there and see those stars for myself. Sarah nods and reaches for another repair tool on the table, but the thick bandages wrapped around her hands cause her to fumble. The tool clatters to the floor. Before Sarah bends down to retrieve it, Veronica quickly picks up the tool. So, what's next? Your job. What do you need to do next? I've been watching you. You take these modules here, follow this blueprint projection, and assemble them in sequence. Is that correct? You work too slowly. Before Sarah can even respond, Veronica takes the unfinished component module from her other hand and begins assembling it according to what she has observed. Her speed is truly remarkable. Thank you. Sarah gradually realizes she's nothing compared to Veronica. Quietly and quickly, Veronica completes the task, making it look effortless. Sarah sticks out her tongue playfully, then carefully slides the pendant projecting the virtual frame blueprint toward Veronica. Then she carefully studies Veronica's every move and passes what she thinks Veronica might need whenever she thinks Veronica needs it. While neither of them says anything, their movements grow increasingly synchronized and rhythmical. Well, aren't you human? Why do you stay here instead of leaving? Well, my father borrowed a bunch of money from the Ever Consortium at high interest rates. When he couldn't pay it back, he had to work for them for free to settle his debt. Then he died. They insisted that his debt couldn't be written off and that it had to be paid off even after he died. So I took his place and continued paying off the debt here. Basically, I do free maintenance work on the mechanical gladiators to pay down what he owed. Anyway, there are only two humans stuck in this miserable situation in the entire arena. Me and Old Man Rocco, but I call him Uncle Rocco. Everyone else is just your typical high-ranking human staff. They're not like me. Overseer doesn't mess with them. Basically, they're free. Don't you feel even the slightest bit of injustice? Being their lapdog every day, begging for scraps of their pity? Before Sarah even knows it, the mountain of component modules that was still covering the workbench moments ago is completely taken care of, bringing an end to their silent cooperation. Veronica grabs the wing-shaped pendant that projects virtual blueprints and tosses it back to Sarah. You should probably worry about yourself instead of wasting your cheap sympathy on mechanoids. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my time here waiting for some fantasized future to come. It's sad how you were pouring your heart out complaining about being a helpless prisoner here while wasting your time waiting. I'm not gonna beg for sympathy. I'm gonna fight until I drop, until I break free from this cage. Stop drowning in your childish fantasies and waiting to fly away from this place. Come find me when you snap out of that. With it, Veronica turns and walks away, leaving Sarah standing frozen in place. She stares blankly down the corridor where Veronica disappeared, Veronica's words replaying in her mind. Silently glance over, the indicator light blinking rhythmically. I'm alright. I've never told anyone else how I want to fly away from this place. Lucky, I'm not alone. Well, guess I'll keep working on my little secret plan then. I'll definitely go and find you when I'm ready, Veronica. Sarah whispers in a voice so soft only she can hear. Top level, the Master's Chamber, Everett Arena. Past midnight, beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, the arena below lies deserted. The gladiatorial matches that unfold here every night have long since concluded. Yet within this chamber, someone continues to revel in a private celebration. Across the numerous monitors, various footage of Veronica plays on an endless loop. Excuse me. Shrouded in darkness, the human figure scrutinizes every detail of the footage again and again with unsettling fascination. In the footage, Veronica stands beneath harsh spotlights, her cold gaze sweeping across the audience that regards her with contempt. She brandishes her lance, fearlessly confronting enormous mechanical beasts one after another until they shatter into shards beneath her relentless assault. With a defiant roar, she takes the full brunt of a devastating blow from another mechanoid in the cage and absorbs the impact with her own frame. She braces her damaged frame against her lance, her crimson eyes blazing with fury as she glares at Overseer, administering punishment upon her. Footage ends and freezes on the final frame, the tall mechanoid standing with the lance in hand and exuding intense determination to fight. The dim glow from the monitors traces the figure of the human, illuminating only the smile playing across the lips. The figure reaches out, fingers tracing Veronica's frame on the screen with unsettling tenderness, as if trying to commit every contour of her form to memory. You are far better than I imagined, Veronica. I think I'm starting to grow fond of you. Mutated parts. Upper level competition zone, Everett Arena. Late into the night, another arena match comes to an end as spectators stream out in droves. I'm gonna take a drink here. Okay. Crowd buzzes with excitement as people enthusiastically discuss the fierce battle they just witnessed, completely oblivious to the bird-shaped drone silently circling overhead. But the bird drone's cameras aren't focused on the people. They're systematically locking onto the exit corridors and the various mechanical ushers guiding the human spectators. Dozens of meters beneath the bustling spectacle in the lower level of the arena, Sarah clutches her controller with nervous hands as she carefully pilots a mechanical bird drone. I hope the anti-detection chip actually works. God, please make sure everything goes well this time. She stares intensely at the tiny display on her controller, but all she can see is static snow. No video feed yet. She carefully adjusts the dial on her controller until finally the static clears, revealing a blurry image that gradually sharpens into focus. Whoa, it's working. I knew we'd get it right this time, Hammer. It worked. Circles around Sarah as the indicator light flashes. Under Sarah's guidance, the bird drone hovers and maneuvers, streaming real-time footage from various areas directly to the mini screen in her hands. Let me see. There are 3 exit corridors for spectators leaving the arena, and they all come with identity verification systems. 5 cameras positioned at different angles, which leaves virtually no blind spots, and several guide robots are permanently stationed in the area too. I can't get footage of what's beyond that point, but I'm guessing once you get through that corridor, that should be the exit. There's no way they'd have surveillance cameras outside. Sarah mutters to herself as she studies the footage, ignoring Uncle Roko's incoming call on her personal terminal. When the call persists with no sign of stopping, she finally gives in and answers. Hey, Uncle Roko, cut me some slack, will ya? No, you cut me some slack here. Where the hell did you run off to? The management system has already flagged you 3 times for overdue work orders. Holy moly, easy there. My eyes are about gonna pop. I'm just testing. Look, I'm in the middle of something important, okay? We can talk about those work orders when I get back. Bye. One more thing, and it's important. Did you take apart my work drone? Troublemaker? What in the world are you up to now? Well, hello? Hello? Hey, what was that? Sorry, I can't hear you. Hello? Connection's really bad on my end. Sarah puts on a show of responding while deliberately tapping her terminal to create fake static noise, then promptly ends the call. Alright, back to work. Pulls out an intricately designed chip from her toolbox, gestures for Hammer to come closer, and installs it onto Hammer. That should do it. If everything goes right, this will completely block the identity recognition signals at the exit. Hammer, I need you to leave through that exit we just saw. Go to the main entrance, then come straight back the same way. Don't do anything else and stay absolutely silent. Got it? Indicator light blinks slowly and rhythmically. Well, this disguise is the best I could manage. You could pass for a dog, more or less. Anyway, looks don't really matter. This anti-interference chip is the star of the day. With this, those mechanical guys won't be able to tell what you really are. Sarah examines Hammer with his new pet dog disguise. Camouflage is obviously crude, but it's the best she could cobble together with her limited resources. The identity blocking chip and disguise camouflage are precisely what Sarah has been secretly developing as her secret plan. She's kept the secret tightly under wraps, not breathing a word of it to anyone, not even to Uncle Roko. Sarah isn't certain where Uncle Roko's loyalties lie. Instead of taking the risk of having her plan exposed, she decided to go through it first on her own and only bring him up to speed on everything when she's ready to get out of here. This, at the same time, would help to keep Uncle Roko innocent if her plan ever falls apart. Under Sarah's command, Hammer embarks on an adventure with an uncertain path ahead. Through the bird drone's camera feed, Sarah watches Hammer move silently along. Spectators still absorbed in the aftermath of the match pay no attention to the little machine hugging the walls. It creeps closer to the identity scanner. When a cluster of spectators passes through the checkpoint, Hammer seizes the opportunity and successfully slips through behind them. Yes, breakthrough successful. Now you've just got to... Before she finishes what she has to say, several guide robots suddenly appear on her screen, surround Hammer, and corner it. The indicator light flashes frantically. No, please don't. Don't hurt it. There's nothing she can do. Moments later, her screen shows only a scattered heap of parts, occasionally spitting sparks where Hammer once was. The hurrying spectators pass by, completely oblivious to the scene. Lower level, staff quarters, Everett Arena. Several hours after her secret reconnaissance mission ended in failure, Sarah sits dejectedly in her room as she stares at the disassembled remains of Hammer. Wildly, she takes the tools Uncle Roko hands her from across the table and carefully tries to piece together the scattered components one by one. I'm not going to be able to cover your tracks if you pull a stunt like this again. I spent half the day arguing with Overseer until the big guy finally believes you were just running an experiment to test the sensitivity of the identification system. What kind of harebrained scheme were you thinking of? Did you really think you even had a chance of... Forget it. And another thing. Would it kill you to give me a heads up before you take my stuff? Looking irritated, Uncle Roko holds up the mechanical bird drone. That's because I tried to reach you before I borrowed it, but I couldn't get through. And I really love this thing, so... Well, you can have it then. Today's your birthday, isn't it? Yay! Thank you, Uncle Roko. Roko hands the mechanical bird drone to Sarah and takes on a serious look. Why did Overseer dock all your work hours yesterday? And you're bruised all over. What happened to you exactly? If you're in trouble, you need to tell me. Don't shut me out like I'm some stranger. It's nothing. Sarah pretends nothing is wrong as she looks down and fiddles with the mechanical bird drone, avoiding Roko's gaze entirely. Yet I can always tell when you're lying. The moment you can't look me in the eye is the moment I know you're hiding something. Hide all you want, but I know what happened. I saw your overtime logs from that day. You were delayed at that Veron, whatever it's called, that place with the long-tailed mechanoid. Her name is Veronica, not just some long-tailed mechanoid. And she's my friend. It's really rude of you to talk about her like that. The moment Sarah realizes she's given herself away, she knows it's too late to take back her words. Sheepishly, she sits back down. But once Sarah starts talking, she finds it impossible to stop. In one breath, she pours all her heart out. I don't know why, but the moment I saw her, I just felt this connection with her. Part of it might be because she's this strong, cool, big sister type. Whenever I see her, I can't help but admire her. More importantly, I feel like she has this certain... should I put this? I guess it's that courage to rebel. Whenever Overseer shows up, I'm too scared to even speak. All the other mechanoids fall in line too, but Veronica? She actually has the guts to stand up to it. That's just incredible. Anyway, I guess she's got something that I don't. I'm nothing but a coward who's too afraid to do anything I want to do, but when I'm with her, I feel this strange sense of safety. I know this sounds a bit weird, but that's honestly how I feel. Looking embarrassed, Sarah bows her head with a blush. Roko stares at Sarah, looking as though he's looking at some weird creature he's having trouble making sense of. Nope, you don't have a fever. That's all the overtime then. Irritated, Sarah swats away the old man's hand as he tries to check her temperature. She puts away her mechanical bird and continues her desperate attempts to repair the battered pieces of hammer. You know what? You can talk to my hand from now on. Look, I know times are tough, but could you please stop being such a child? Those metal things, these mechanoid gladiators, no matter how powerful they are in battle or how well they can communicate with humans, they're not people, Sarah. They can't be your friends. Let's be real. They're just slightly more advanced versions of smart vehicles or household robots. How do you fail to see that when you work with them every day? Open one up, and what do you find? There's parts and chips and whatnot. They break, you fix them. They're obsolete, you replace them. How is that anything like a human being? They might be friendly today, but after a module upgrade tomorrow, they could suddenly see you as an enemy. But you, kid, you go around treating them like people, spending all that time repairing and upgrading them and saying nonsense like, I hope they can all fight their way to freedom. Look, I'm being real here. If I were you, I'd do the bare minimum just to get by with those repair jobs the system assigns us. Kid, can't you take care of yourself for once? Come on, why are you always so negative? I'll say it again. They are my friends. At least I'm not like a certain boring old dude who spends his free time trading work hours for cigarettes and booze, that stands around criticizing everyone else. At that moment, Hammer, now fully repaired and coming back to life, regains functionality. The robot's indicator light blinks a few times, signaling that it is now in normal operating mode. Bumps against Roko's leg with moderate force. See that? They're nothing like those emotionless machines you keep talking about. Alright, Hammer. Time to behave yourself. Go back to your charging station. Returns to the charging station and enters sleep mode. Forget all this nonsense. You know how many work hours you're behind already? The old man can't speak anymore. He clutches his chest and wheezes violently, his face growing contorted with pain by the second. Oh no. Well, hang on, Uncle Rocco. Let me get you your med. Sarah rushes to Rocco's bag to find the medicine bottle she's retrieved for him countless times before, and yet there is nothing in it when she picks it up. Along with the empty medicine bottle, Rocco's terminal tumbles out. The red text showing his work hour debt is painfully glaring. A number so astronomical it's clearly impossible to repay in one lifetime. Rocco, what the hell have you been up to? I didn't have enough work hours left to get more. Just get me some water. That'll do. Having drank some water, Rocco starts feeling better. Sarah, however, has never seen him as sad as he is now. You give water, let me drink some myself. You gotta do something about this, Uncle Rocco. Let me use my work hours to get you some painkillers. It's fine. I'm used to it. Even if it hurts, it won't hurt for long. I ain't got too much time left anyway. Sounds kind of nice if you think about it. Be free from being a slave in no time. This old bag of bones doesn't matter anymore. But you're still young. Still so young. You shouldn't waste your whole life here. Listen to me. Stop obsessing over those mechanoids and don't give Overseer any excuse to dog your work hours. While you're still young, get out of here as soon as you can. And don't waste your work hours on this useless old man. Neither Sarah nor Rocco can bear to continue this heartbreaking conversation, leaving the room suspended in a thick, suffocating silence. I don't understand. Why do they treat us like this? Those people in charge. Look at your condition, Uncle Rocco, and they're still trying to squeeze every last drop out of you. It's beyond cruel. When I was little, everyone said Everett's founder was a kind man who ran the organization with perfect order and gave to charities everywhere. Since when in the world did this place become a place like this? There's a lot you don't understand, kid. This world, it was never meant to make sense to someone your age. I read the news. Everett's original founder died from a terminal illness many years ago. Nobody even knows who's really in charge now. Maybe some distant relative of the old founder, or maybe some butler or servant who wormed their way up. In corporations big and small, this kind of crap isn't anything new. Whoever it is, they're scum. Letting that scumbag of a mechanoid run this hellhole. The Overseer is cruel to humans and machines alike. We might be mechanics that do maintenance for those mechanoids, but in the end, how are we any different from them? If I had struck it rich back then, I'd be sitting in those stands like all the other spectators throwing around wads of cash on bets. Instead of rotting away like a criminal who's locked underground and counting my days down. I'm starting to understand why you want to make friends with those mechanoids. When you're trapped in a hopeless place like this, who wouldn't want someone to talk to? What's your friend's name again? Veronica, right? I saw her season stats. She's quite the fighter. You've talked about her so much. I'd like to meet her myself someday. Uncle Rocco. Forget it. I brought this upon myself and there's nothing I can do but surrender to whatever comes next. Alright, enough of that. Talking about these things only drives away your luck. Let's look at the bright side. Whoever's running this place now might one day decide to write off all their debts when they've made enough money, right? Hey, once I'm out, I'm sure I'll be able to make a fortune as a professional mechanic. Every mechanical company out there would be fighting to hire me. Within 2 years, I'd save enough for a house and car, bring my wife and kids back home, and make up for everything they've been through. And you could go to school, travel the world, and make tons of new friends. Uncle Rocco slaps his knees with forced cheerfulness, his voice rising several pitches higher, as though trying to chase away the invisible storm clouds hanging over his head. Seeing Uncle Roko all cheered up now, Sarah can't help but smile softly as she imagines those days of freedom she's seen countless times in her dreams. Alright, you should get some sleep, or rest. We've got plenty of work waiting for us tomorrow. As Uncle Roko rises to his feet mid-sentence, a small, unremarkable object falls from his pocket, something he fails to notice. Sarah quickly bends down to retrieve it for him, but when she gets a clear look at the object, her eyes widen in surprise. Uncle Roko, you dropped something. Wait, isn't this the latest version of the storage component? I've been requesting one forever, but they never approved it. How did you... Roko suddenly snatches it back from her hands, a fleeting look of panic flashing across his face. Oh, this is something I traded points for with one of the senior staff. Your old uncle's memories on what it used to be. I just use it to jot down a few things. No? Roko quickly stuffs the object back into his pocket and turns to leave, but he doesn't take his usual path toward his quarters. Uncle Roko, wait! Hey, Uncle Roko, where are you going? Isn't your room the other way? Oh, right. See, my memory obviously doesn't serve me anymore. Well then, good night. Get some rest. Just before Uncle Roko disappears around the corner, he casts a glance back at her, a look filled with emotion Sarah has never seen in him before. Contentment, acceptance, trust, reluctance, and even perhaps a hint of guilt. She suddenly realizes that Roko, who she used to find tall and strong, appears to have thinned and walks with a hunch. Stars and the Soaring Bird. Lower level gladiator maintenance area, Everett Arena. Sarah should be sleeping, but instead she slips through the darkness and creeps silently down to the mechanoid maintenance area at the lowest level of the arena. Excuse me. She didn't even bring Hammer, her normally inseparable companion, with her. She came alone, because she came to fulfill her promise with Veronica. Stop drowning in your childish fantasies and waiting to fly away from this place. Come find me when you snap out of that. To her surprise, Veronica hasn't powered down for the night, apparently having been waiting for Sarah to arrive all along. You've come. I thought I'd be waiting much longer for you to show up. A promise is a promise, yeah? And I came because I know how to answer your question from the other day. And I've made preparations for it too. What preparations? We can't talk here. Actually, I'd rather go somewhere else. Whenever I'm down here, all I can think about is work. My mind just goes blank. Looking puzzled, Veronica stares at Sarah, unsure why she's beating around the bush. Oh, why so serious? I'm just joking around. I'm just kidding around. Shall we go? We can head anywhere you want, but just for a little while. How about we go and check out that simulated sky dome I told you about? Sarah smiles, her fingers in her pocket brushing against the item she created alongside the anti-interference chip. Veronica doesn't answer. The hanging silence makes Sarah feel awkward again and wonder if she said something wrong. I mean, if you're not interested, then... Veronica stands up, grabs Sarah firmly by the wrist, and pulls her along without a word. Veronica moves with quick yet steady steps, keeping Sarah close to the walls as they proceed. At each corner, she cautiously looks up to check for security cameras. Their footsteps echo through the empty hallways until they come to a halt before the security door leading to the uppermost level. The security door to the sky dome looms before them, its red light glowing to indicate it's locked. Veronica, completely unconcerned, readies herself to take down the door with her razor-sharp claws, literally, but Sarah quickly stops her. Wait, that's gonna cause a scene. She pulls out a touch panel, connects it to the security system, and lets her fingers fly away on the keyboard. Employee ID verified. Access granted. The security system lets out a crisp electronic beep as the red lock indicator switches to green. Sarah flashes a smug smile at Veronica. Told you they ain't got nothing on me. Top level, simulated sky dome, Everett arena. An extraordinary sight unfolds before them. In this top-level area, forbidden to ordinary spectators, the simulated sky dome continuously cycles through day, night, and seasonal changes as it's been programmed to. At this moment, the dome displays a deep, dark night sky that hangs overhead like a velvet curtain, studded with countless stars that shimmer like brilliant jewels. Sarah gazes up in excitement at the starry expanse, her eyes showing the twinkling lights. This is breathtaking. Meanwhile, Veronica quietly moves to the side, sits down, and gazes up at the simulated starscape. She seems to have left some space next to herself on purpose, a silent invitation for Sarah to join her. Sarah quietly sits down beside her. She carefully avoids the long tail that Veronica has casually draped nearby. The faint yet gentle starlight from the simulated sky bathes everything in a subtle, cool glow. Sarah can sense that something gentle is quietly beginning to bloom under the tough front Veronica has been putting up. Why did you take me here? What is it you couldn't say back there that you can say here? Well, I just wanted to spend the day with a friend because it's my birthday. The girl glances sideways at the mechanoid, who keeps her gaze at the starry expanse without objecting to being called a friend. Birthday. A birthday is like a mechanoid's activation date. Veronica, do you remember your activation date? I do. It's meaningless, though. On my activation date, I woke up in the lowest level of this arena, and the rest is history. Well, whether it's a birthday or an activation date, it should be special. And check out this little bird here. Today will be its activation date. With it, Sarah retrieves a mechanical bird drone, a gift from Uncle Rocco, from the toolbox at her feet, and carefully wipes away the traces of oil from its shell. With delicate movements on the controller, Sarah guides the crude-looking mechanical bird as it slowly rises and hovers above their heads. The bird spreads its wings in flight, its silver-white shell reflecting the simulated starlight and scattering tiny specks of light over both Sarah and Veronica. Veronica offers no response. Her gaze shifts away from the vast simulated starscape, transfixed on the mechanical bird with its outstretched wings. The mechanical bird's metal wings may look crude, yet they still lift the bird gracefully through the air. She looks quietly at the bird, lost in thought for who knows how long, until a sound she's never heard before breaks her reverie. The mechanical bird makes another weird noise. It stopped. Is it broken? Not at all. That was just the drone's shutter sound. It's hovering up to take pictures of us. Geez, we're taking a photo. I even smile for the camera? Are you always this serious? I don't think I've ever seen you actually smile. A photo. Yes, here, check this out. Sarah extends the controller in her hand toward Veronica. On its small display screen is a still image. The two sit side by side, bathed in the gentle glow of the simulated starlight. Sarah's face beams with a radiant smile, while the mechanoid maintains her usual serious expression, yet their gazes are fixed on the same point in the distance. I bet you'd look beautiful if you smiled. I'm not gonna do that. Sounding as cold as ever, Veronica, however, doesn't strike Sarah as mean anymore. In that fleeting moment, Sarah senses that something between them has quietly shifted. Under Sarah's control, the mechanical bird gently descends and comes to rest on Veronica's hand. Veronica quietly holds the seemingly weightless mechanical bird, while Sarah carefully examines the photo they just took on the tiny display screen. Hey, Veronica, what do you think about changing the background of our photo to a field of flowers under sunset? Just like the painting on the wall in my room. I don't really care. The people in it will still look the same anyway. Instead of arguing, Sarah rises to her feet, spreads her arms wide under the canopy of simulated stars, and closes her eyes. Veronica, have you ever imagined what it would be like to stand in a real field of flowers? Without waiting for Veronica's answer, Sarah keeps going, as if eager to pour out every thought swirling inside her mind. I do. I dream about it every single night. I imagine lying in a meadow, blooming with flowers, and watching clouds drift across the sky without a care in the world, until the sun slowly sinks below the horizon. The sunset warming your face must feel so gentle and soothing, don't you think? And I'd pick handfuls of flowers to weave into a wreath on my head. I could do anything I wanted, with no schedule to follow. I'd stay there as long as I pleased. No missions to rush through, and Overseer isn't going to tell me what to do there. And then, I'd take another photo with you against that sunset, Veronica. With a smile on your face, of course. Alright. Sarah eagerly returns to Veronica's side and sits a little closer to her than before. On the simulated sky dome above, stars sparkle brilliantly against the backdrop. A virtual shooting star streaks across the display as though sealing the secret promise shared between them. I wonder what it'd be like if you could grow wings, just like this mechanical bird drone. Sarah holds up the mechanical bird drone, lost in thought. I'm not exactly built for flying. That's true. Let me try to imagine what you look like with wings. Sarah stares intently at Veronica, deep in thought. Ah, there. You'd look like a dragon. Dragon? Yes. When I was little, I saw pictures of dragons in a storybook, the kind with wings and long tails. If your frame had a pair of wings on it, you'd look so cool, just like a dragon. Here, let me show you what it looks like. Right away, Sarah kneels down and, with the thin layer of dust on the ground as her canvas, starts drawing away with a finger. As her finger moves across the dust, a simple sketch takes shape before them and slowly grows as details are added to it. First, from what she remembers, Sarah sketches a winged dragon with a long tail, then adds a drawing of Veronica beside it. There. This is what it's like for now, and then we add a few more things to it. So, what do you think? Looks just like you, doesn't it? In the sketch, Veronica has a pair of wings sprouting from her back. Though crude, the sketch in the dust captures something essential, a heroic figure that bears little resemblance to Veronica's usual demeanor. With wings spread out, horns rising from her hair, and a long tail trailing behind, she truly resembles a dragon ready for battle. Lance in hand, she stands as a conquering warrior, to be stopped by nothing in her way. Lower level, staff quarters, Everett Arena. Excited, Sarah hops toward her room, treasuring the secret promise they made. Despite the fact that it's almost dawn, not a trace of fatigue shows on her face. She hums happily to herself while the wing-shaped pendant dances lightly around her neck. Suddenly, footsteps echo from the end of the corridor, making her start with alarm. There shouldn't be any human staff around at this hour. Before she can duck into a corner, a figure appears in her line of sight. Sarah only lets out a sigh of relief when she sees that it's Uncle Rocco. When their eyes meet, he shows a flash of surprise but quickly masks it. Sarah finds it weird to see Rocco here at this time because work doesn't start for him for another few hours. Huh? Uncle Rocco, what are you doing here so early? Oh, run out of medicine. Been feeling awful. This cough is keeping me up all night, so I thought a walk might help. Hey, are you really alright? Wait, before I forgot. Here, this is for you. I traded in some of my work hours for this medicine. Take it for now. I'll get you more later. I'm getting sleepy now. I catch some rest before my shift starts. Give me a shout if I'm not up in time, alright? Alright. Sarah waves goodbye and skips away, her light footsteps fading down the corridor. No one escapes. This one has a secret achievement. Let's see. It says, accept Hawked V's or Hawked 5's challenged and defeated. Alright.
急いでくれよ。今夜監視システムのメンテナンスがあるからそれまでに。
ああ、すいません。残るはいくつかの機械体のモジュールのバージョンアップですよ。
わかったわかった。ほら、権限を付与したぞ。じゃあお先に。そっちも早く帰れよ。
It's always this sensitivity whenever I'm in POV mode. Jeez.
ようやく一人になれた。どれどれ、試合スケジュールシステムの入り口は見つけた。
Group D dual schedule. March. Well.
状態切り替え、入力確認。
Oh, there we
よ
go.
し。これでベロニカのシステム状態がメンテナンス待ちに変わった。
I still couldn't read that.
ベロニカ、特別な計画の下準備はもう完成してるよ。
Whatever.
じゃあ通信はここまで。あんまり不適切な言葉が多すぎるとまずいからね。
うん、わかった。
My mouse cursor's still on the screen. Whatever. Didn't tell you my name. I'm Hawked V, a new fighter here, just like you. Spar with me before the match. Honestly, gladiator fights have always scared me. Yes, that's do my best. Alright, I have to do this for the secret achievement. Okay, this is... Okay, the camera thing is being weird now. Ah, damn it.
Hey! Hey!
Why is the camera being so... Hang on. What the heck? I have to manually click on this stuff.
Hey! 当たれ！戦うに値しない。
I can't even lock on.
えい！えい！はっ！脆弱なゴミが！はっ！ふん！
You was wrong about you. You're really strong. If we end up fighting the real, it'll be a great match, even if I lose. Anyway, thanks. You've lit my fighting spirit up again. Keep pushing myself from now.
Yes. そろそろシステムメンテナンスの時間だ。今のうちに。
Still can't. Okay. Hopefully it's just this freaking stage that's bugged. Unsent message. Oh, there we go. It's fixed. There we go.
Shit. なんでまたシステムメンテナンスをやらなきゃいけないんだよ。こんな夜遅くまで残業。誰だ？
やばい。なんでまだ人が残ってるの？まずい。もう隠れる場所がない。このまま飛び降りるしか。離して。びっくりした。あなたか。
死にたいのか。
Leave with Veronica. Oh. Authorization detected.
今だ。監視システムはメンテナンス中だから気づかれないよ。
私から離れないで。
Valid authorization detected.
なんで 私の権限が無効化してる。
試しても無駄だぞ。そんな小細工が通用するか。ターゲット発見。あいつらを捕らえろ。
指令確認。ターゲットロックオン。
身の程知らずめ。私の前を阻む者は皆死ぬだけだ。
ベロニカ、離して。ベロニカ。
Harsh red emergency lights bathe the entire area, while the monotonous blare of alarms repeats in an endless, urgent loop. Countless red targeting lasers from the security robots are all trained to Veronica and Sarah. One false move, and the heavily armed security robots will shower them both with a hail of bullets without mercy. Looking as pale as a ghost, Sarah struggles to maintain her composure nonetheless. She presses herself tightly against Veronica, a futile attempt to shield her companion from harm. The standoff is short-lived. Heavy footsteps approach, accompanied by the grinding of metal against metal as Overseer draws near, each footstep a death knell signaling their impending fate. Finally, the massive mechanoid emerges, a towering frame, casting an overwhelming shadow that swallows both Sarah and Veronica whole. You can drop the act now, Mechanic Sarah. You've performed admirably. Overseer's words leave both Sarah and Veronica stunned. Before either can react, the security robots swiftly move in to separate them. Confirmed, Mechanoid Veronica has attempted desertion and acted upon this intent. Punishment will be administered per the protocol. Mechanics Sarah and Roko have identified the security risk during maintenance and provided successful verification. Rewards will be distributed per the protocol. What? Sarah's pupils contract in shock as she struggles to process what she's just heard. Right then, a chilling, rage-filled growl cuts through the air. Sarah! No, wait. It's not what you think. Sarah struggles to break free from the security robot's grip, only to be intercepted by someone else. Roko appears out of nowhere and roughly forces Sarah's head down as he leans in to whisper in her ear. Stay still if you don't want to die. Roko then lifts his head and puts on an ingratiating smile. Ingratiating? Smile for Overseer. Thank you. This little one here is still caught up in her role-playing, you see. Roko clamps one hand over Sarah's mouth while frantically fishing out the storage component she had seen earlier from his pocket and offering it to Overseer. Through Overseer's network, a holographic projection stored in the storage component appears before everyone. Footage of Sarah and Veronica's previous interactions together. Seeing this, Sarah deflates completely. All of Roko's strange behavior during their earlier conversation suddenly makes perfect sense. You knew all along? You were watching us the whole time? And then you just waited for the perfect moment to stab me in the back? Roko avoids Sarah's gaze. He turns his head away as his fingers tremble almost imperceptibly. I don't have much time left. But my wife and child are still out there. So that's why you betray me? Roko clamps his hand over her mouth again, stopping her from saying more. Sarah swears that she's never seen this man as emotionally conflicted in all their years together. Determination, ferocity, and unmistakable guilt. At least I kept you out of this. Liar! Another angry voice suddenly yanks Sarah out of her grief. She turns around to face the consuming rage in Veronica's eyes. So, you two are in this together. No, I'm not part of this. It's not like that. I swear it's not what you think it is. Quite a show you've been putting up there, treating mechanoids like friends. Always playing the victim, claiming you're trapped here constantly oppressed. Spouting nonsense about being a prisoner here just like the mechanoids when you're a human. Huh. Utterly ridiculous. You've been waiting for this very day, haven't you? To you humans, mechanoids are nothing but tools to further your own agenda. I should have strangled you when I first saw you. Meeting Veronica's unbridled fury, Sarah has nothing but tears and silence to offer. The fragile friendship now lies shattered. Now die! Veronica's lance slices through the air with deadly precision. Sarah makes no attempt to dodge Veronica's attack. She simply closes her eyes, awaiting what comes next, only to realize nothing has happened. There's only the heavy thud of something hitting the floor. She opens her eyes to find Veronica's face contorted in agony. Veronica collapses to her knees, the restrained collar around her neck discharging powerful electrical currents. In excruciating pain, she can barely hold herself upright. Behind her stands Overseer, initiating disciplinary protocol against rogue mechanoid Veronica. You human lapdog. Stop it! Without hesitation, Sarah throws herself at Veronica in an attempt to shield Veronica with her own body, completely forgetting she could be shot dead while at it. She completely disregards that this same mechanoid was just trying to slash her down moments ago. All she wants is to rush forward and embrace her friend in this moment of crisis. But a security robot's bullet tears through her calf with surgical precision. The wound isn't fatal, but it instantly robs her of her ability to move. Sarah desperately reaches out, trying to close the distance between herself and Veronica, longing to touch her, to save her from this nightmare. Except there is nothing she can do. Overseer watches it all unfold, its voice remaining as cold and emotionless as ever. Fugitive resistance escalating, intensifying disciplinary protocol. Overseer's massive mechanical hand clamps around Veronica's neck as it pumps increasingly powerful disruptive currents through her frame. Veronica eventually loses her will to fight under the overwhelming force. Her mechanical body goes limp, and her arms fall to her sides as she collapses to the ground. Veronica! But the mechanoid lying on the ground will never again respond to her call. A human voice crackles through the surveillance system overhead. It belongs to a young girl, soft as a feather, yet sharp as a blade. I heard every word they said. What a captivating little drama that was. You two are such exemplary assets to this consortium, truly deserving of recognition. Keeping them together would be foolish. See that they're accommodated separately. Bring the girl to me. As for that old man, he's all yours. Yes, Master. Overseer shoves Roko, his face ashen with fear, into the midst of security robots like a discarded rag doll. Multiple weapon barrels instantly lock onto him. Then, with its gun barrel, Overseer motions for Sarah to walk ahead. Come with me to meet Master. Top level, the Master's Chamber, Everett Arena. Sarah enters a place she's never been before. It's so dimly lit here that she can barely make out her surroundings. Still, she immediately senses something different about this place. Beneath her feet isn't the cold, hard metal floor she's used to, but soft, plush carpet. Rather than reeking of the pervasive machine oil stench of the arena, this place smells of a subtle fragrance she's never smelled before. The most striking feature of the room is the enormous aquarium spanning an entire wall, its waters emanating a faint ethereal glow. But Sarah is not interested in any of this right now. Her thoughts are fixed on this master waiting for her somewhere ahead. Never has she felt such terror and isolation, not from the threat of death at the hands of this master, but from not knowing where Veronica is right now. A horrific vision flashes unbidden through her mind. Veronica lying unconscious in the middle of the arena, a hydraulic press descending with a piercing screech and inching closer until it crushes her into scattered parts. She can't shake it off her mind. All she wants is to flee from this room and rush to Veronica's side. Whatever fate might await them both. But Overseer's gun remains pressed against her back. There's nowhere to run. Master, here she is. Overseer shoves her forward, forcing her into full view of its human master, waiting at the far end of the room. With a respective bow, Overseer silently withdraws beyond the doorway to stand guard. Sarah can barely keep herself upright with the gun wound in her calf. Ridding through the searing pain, she struggles to push herself upright from the floor. This master remains shrouded in darkness, casually reclining on an enormous bed. This person apparently has no intention of rising to greet her. Sarah catches the soft rhythmic beeping of some kind of device. In the same direction, mysterious indicator lights pulse rhythmically. Relax. That little wound of yours isn't going to kill you. Let's skip the pleasantries. I already know your name, Sarah. A beautiful name, I gotta say. I run this place. You can call me Dolores. take it easy. Say, fancy some girl talk? Only now does this girl who calls herself Dolores slowly straighten herself on the massive bed. Her movements come with the soft whirring of mechanical joints. When Dolores' face catches the dim glow from the aquarium, Sarah finally sees her face, one with delicate youthful features framed by raven black hair that only accentuates her unnaturally pallid skin. From beneath Dolores' dress, a web of strange tubes extends outward, carrying all sorts of colored fluids that pulse slowly through their transparent lengths. All of them connect to a bizarre machine whose indicator lights blink in an irregular rhythm. As Sarah traces the tubes to their destination, she gasps in horror. They pierce directly through Dolores' delicate skin at various spots across her body, effectively imprisoning Dolores to the massive bed. Please accept my apologies for not showing you a better version of myself. What the hell do you want from me? Didn't I already tell you? To give you your reward for being such an excellent employee. Why would you trust those useless pieces of junk? You don't actually believe a mechanoid you barely know would unconditionally take your side just because you've exchanged a few words, do you? And you're still trying to speak up for her here when she just tried to kill you? How very sad. Only humans can truly understand one another's struggles, thoughts, and deepest desires. Don't you agree? I know exactly what you want. You want to be flying out there like a free little bird. With a knowing smile, Dolores eyes the winged pendant hanging from Sarah's neck. Freedom. That's exactly what I want too. You see, our goals are perfectly aligned. I can make this room the most comfortable and luxurious in the world, but I'm sick of being stuck here. I want to walk, I want to run, I want to indulge in every pleasure life has to offer. Anything would be better than living like this. Dolores seems to be growing more manic by the second. So help me gain my freedom, and I'll grant you yours in return. You're going to complete my experimental project and repair my body. Sarah stares at Dolores in shock. No matter how Sarah looks at her, she appears entirely human. She can't even see a mechanical prosthetic on her. What do you mean? I'm not a doctor. Dolores puts on a wordless smile. She turns her face away to gaze at the aquarium beside her as though admiring its artificial landscape. While the massive tank contains no fish, the only inhabitants are a few oddly shaped hermit crabs slowly crawling about. One of the hermit crabs appears to be searching for a new home, persistently exploring all the shells on the tank floor with its claws. Eventually, it picks a shell that meets all its requirements. The hermit crab slowly extracts itself from its old shell. Without protection, its soft, twisted body appears grotesquely vulnerable and hideous. It carefully maneuvers its body to slide into the new shell. Apparently satisfied with its new home, the crab starts waving its pincers again and continues its search for food. When she's done observing the hermit crab's performance, Dolores turns back to Sarah with a lingering smile. The human body is far too fragile. Even the slightest injury or illness can break it. How very useless, no? Mechanoids, on the other hand, are powerful, beautiful, and capable of anything. A terrifying realization dawns on Sarah, but the horror of it paralyzes her completely. She can't bring herself to vocalize her thought. Dolores, however, reads Sarah's thoughts from the terrified look on her face. You're clever. What I want is a new mechanoid body. I want Veronica's body. You're mad. Dolores breaks into a calm smile, looking as though she completely saw this reaction coming from Sarah. Still trying to act tough, huh? There's no negotiating unless, of course, you want to end up like him. The gesture from Dolores, the door slides open. With it, metallic footsteps echo through the room, drawing closer and closer. It isn't, however, Overseer, but an ordinary generic mechanoid that doesn't even appear to have any combat modules installed. It moves forward with slow yet steady steps and comes to a halt next to Dolores' bed. Ready to serve you, Master. Who are you? ID 18702. Codename, Rocco. You are... There is no mistaking who this mechanoid is, distorted as its voice is. Rocco, who was desperately crawling through a pool of blood not too long ago, is now permanently imprisoned within this cold mechanoid shell, forever denied the freedom he so desperately craved. And the worst part of it is, He doesn't even know what's happened to him, no memory of who he once was. Okuroko! The mechanoid, however, shows no reaction, standing motionless as it awaits further commands from its master, Dolores. You may leave now. Yes, master. The mechanoid housing Roka's consciousness turns around and exits the room with the same slow, measured steps. The dark room falls into absolute silence, save for Sarah's tears dropping one by one onto the floor. What she just witnessed has completely shattered the last bit of resistance in her mind. Dolores waits patiently for the young mechanic to give her the answer she wants. After a long silence, Sarah, desperate, finally gives her answer. She reaches out and clutches the silver letter opener gleaming on the table. Instead of pointing the letter opener at Dolores, however, Sarah points it at herself. Her hand trembles as she musters what little resolve she still has in her. Only in death can she find redemption and escape. She must destroy her knowledge and skills along with her life. She refuses to become a tool for evil. Trying to kill yourself now? How very funny. Death is terrifying. Are you sure you're ready for that? When the blade pierces your flesh, the pain is excruciating. When your blood drains away, you're going to feel colder and colder. And when you die, you'll be lying in the pitch black earth while the worms slowly devour that pretty face of yours. Still think it's worth it? Dolores laughs softly, her venomous gaze cold as ice. Even if you die, I'd still be able to extract your entire consciousness and transfer it into any mechanoid shell I choose. All I need is your skills as a technician. Everything else about you, I'll just erase. Then you'll truly become a tool that does exactly as I say. So, put that thing down now. Says Dolores as she takes the letter opener from Sarah without so much as breaking a sweat. Enough. Let's not waste any more time. We shouldn't keep Veronica waiting. Now, let's begin the feast, shall we? Yikes. The price of flight. This one has 2 achievements. One of these achievements where you had to finish the previous one, -7. And then the second achievement. Defeating the robots follow as indicated in the shortly after you will spot a robot going to the right on a hall which leads to a door. Enter the room, read the letter on the computer. Okay. Top level, core laboratory, Everett Arena. Take a drink. Cold white lights flicker to life one by one, revealing the immaculate interior of a massive laboratory. Every piece of equipment gleams with sterile brilliance. After years of dormancy, the laboratory awakens for its first reboot. At last, its master can finally fulfill her long-cherished dream, that is becoming an entirely new version of herself. From her perch above, Dolores surveys the laboratory like a creator deity. Excuse me. A satisfied smile plays across her lips. She's waited far too long for this day. Soon she will possess everything she craves: power, strength, beauty, and the freedom to take whatever she desires. And the vessel meant to contain all this, Veronica, now floats unconscious within a transparent chamber at the laboratory's center. All preliminary preparations are complete. Suspended in the center, Veronica hangs motionless, pierced by countless wires and restraints like a prey caught in a spider's web, helplessly waiting to be devoured. Now our feast is about to begin, and we're missing one last guest. Bring her in, won't you? Rosie's nice. With it, the laboratory's massive door slides open quietly. Escorted by Overseer, Sarah enters in silence, her face completely devoid of emotion. Hey, why the long face when we're about to enjoy a celebration? Go on and wake your friend up now. The music reminds me of Ender Lilies. Dolores smiles at Sarah, gesturing with a delicate flick of her finger. Sarah remains motionless, frozen in silent defiance. Seeing this, Overseer steps forward, menace radiating from every inch of its posture. Do as you're told. Sarah, however, remains completely unresponsive. She looks emotionless, so much so that one wouldn't be blamed for mistaking her for a statue. Right when Overseer readies itself to force compliance through its authority protocols, its master puts on a slightly chiding smile. Now, let's take it easy and be mindful of Sarah's feelings here. Leave it to us, please. Yes, Master. Overseer leaves the two of them alone. The smile Dolores has been wearing vanishes. I understand your resentment, Sarah, but ideals, they always come with a price. To stand again, to run once more, I've paid my own price too. What about you? Do you still remember what it is that you wanted to achieve? Dolores turns around. With Sarah, she gazes at the sealed chamber where Veronica floats suspended within. It takes a lot to gain the freedom of a bird. Humans weren't blessed with flight. If you truly want to grow wings, you always have to sacrifice something in return. The moment Dolores finishes speaking, the same unsettling smile and tone returned to her face. Besides, a promise is a promise, no? Sarah turns her head, her eyes empty and lifeless, and fixes her gaze on Dolores. Dolores, however, appears completely oblivious. Dolores, whose body is now connected to countless tubes, has a face as delicate and fragile as a porcelain doll, yet her eyes burn with an insatiable desire to devour everything. Fine. Receiving Sarah's confirmation, Dolores once again puts on the same deceptively gentle smile. When Dolores raises her hand, the floor-to-ceiling glass before her turns into a one-way mirror. I'm going to have a nap now. Don't let me down, yeah? The laboratory system will take good care of you in my place, so be good, yes? Well, I'll see you as a new version of myself when I wake up then. Dolores' voice fades away behind the one-way mirror, leaving the laboratory in deathly silence. Sarah approaches the transparent chamber at the center of the laboratory. Inside, Veronica remains dormant, completely unconscious. I'm sorry, Veronica. Sarah's palm slides across the transparent chamber wall as her eyes regain focus. But it's okay. Leave this to me. Still murmuring unintelligible words under her breath, Sarah reaches for the elevated control panel. A touchscreen interface materializes on the control console. The fully automated terminal has already completed all preliminary preparations for the experiment. Dense streams of data and diagrams update in real time, displaying both Dolores' vital signs and the diagnostics of Veronica's frame. Going through the procedure would completely wipe all consciousness data from the mechanoid, replacing it with human consciousness data. This is exactly what the hermit crab. This is exactly like what the hermit crab was doing that Sarah has seen, abandoning its worn-out shell for a new home. Sarah has never been more focused than in this moment. Her eyes dart across all the data points and metrics on the frame module, constantly comparing them with Veronica's specifications that she knows by heart. She understands every detail of the powerful precision-engineered mechanoid. Through countless maintenance routines and module upgrades, all specifications have been permanently committed to her memory. In this moment, she knows exactly what she must do. Throughout her life, giving up has never been part of her vocabulary. She takes a deep breath and begins working on the control panel. Experiment system. Initiating target frame status data detection. Current progress 12%. Associated module compatibility distinctive. Current progress 97%. Consciousness subject vital signs stable. Cognitive parameters normal. Preparing to initiate deep anesthetic or anesthesia, I think it says. Anesthesia protocol. Consciousness data transfer process will commence shortly. Just before the process begins, Sarah's fingers dance across the control panel with subtle precision and punch a sequence of commands meant to bypass the laboratory system. And quietly, she watches Veronica. The laboratory system methodically executes its detection protocols. Massive streams of data ebb and flow like tides, churning waves across an ocean of information. In the most secluded corner of this vast data ocean, Sarah's commands transform into binary code and dissolve seamlessly into the system without raising any security alerts. Like a droplet that turns into ripples, the code gradually triggers powerful undercurrents deep within the system. Meanwhile, Veronica's core module begins to sense the first whisper of energy. Wake up, Veronica. Loading perception system. Initiating module self-calibration. Self-calibration passed. Initiating visual module. Initialization successful. Veronica, having so far been standing motionless in the center of the room, slowly opens her eyes. Her crimson irises meet Sarah's emerald gaze. As she recognizes who she's seeing, those crimson eyes instantly start burning again with rage. You liar! This is what you meant to do all along, isn't it? Veronica roars with rage, thrashing wildly as she tries to smash through the layer of glass to attack Sarah on the other side, but the restraint mechanisms hold her firmly in place. Damn you! All you humans deserve a special place in hell. Every last one of you. Warning. Abnormal energy patterns detected in the unit's power module. Warning. Warning. The unit's power module is experiencing a sustained overload. Safety threshold limits reach imminent. The restraints mechanisms let out sharp cracking noises as the connection cables snap one after another, sending twisted metal fragments scattering across the floor in an instant. Veronica bursts forth with full power. She lunges herself instantly at the isolation barrier and rams against the reinforced glass with such fury that it reverberates with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, Sarah stands perfectly still and gently places her hand against the transparent glass, as if trying to reach out to the mechanoid on the other side. Veronica. You bastard! Liar! Veronica strikes the protective barrier again and again, frantically attacking the wall that stands between them, apparently channeling every ounce of her rage and hatred into each blow. No longer able to withstand Veronica's assault, the reinforced protective barrier starts giving in as spiderweb cracks start forming and spread outward in all directions. That's it, Veronica. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. With a gentle smile, Sarah presses her forehead against the nearly shattered barrier as tears stream down her face, leaving icy trails across her skin. Because she wants to be closer to her friend, just a little bit closer. No justifications, no pleading, not even a farewell. She simply repeats what she wishes she could tell Veronica over and over in her heart. In this moment, she needs no words to make herself understood. That's it. The command sequence I used to bypass the laboratory system has taken effect and pushed Veronica's frame to its theoretical power threshold. She's now powerful enough to break free from all this, to shatter the prison that has confined her for so long. Go trample over my body if you must, Veronica. This is my atonement. Leave this place. Go out into the vast world beyond and walk freely. As the protective barrier shatters completely, Sarah gently closes her eyes. Goodbye, Veronica. Sad.
ここはさっきのラボではないのか。
Switch surveillance.
So そこにいるのは誰だ。
Huh? It says 41 on the... It says 41 on the screen. Hello, Leo Jim.
ベロニカ、あなた彼女に騙されたの。
お前は誰だ？
Oh, hello, Saisi. Hello to the both of you.
私が助けてあげる。あなたをここから連れ出すわ。そんなにかからないからリラックスして。
How fair the raven.
ここはさっきのラボではないのか。
Not too bad.
先ほど私の意識は変異していたのか。
Now it says 42.
コントロール状態を離脱。目標の脱出を阻止する。
お前らごときが私を止めるつもりか。戦うに値しない。落ちろ。戦うに値しない。えい、消えろ。
Oh.
脆弱なゴミが。
He's doing a side-scroller thing like they did the first time you get to play as Veronica.
脆弱なゴミが。当たれ。戦うに値しない。脆弱なゴミが。消えろ。はあ、戦うに
Throw it
値
back
し
there,
ない。
say.
当たれ。面倒な数が多すぎる。
痩せ我慢は体に毒よ。私に任せてここから連れ出してあげるから。
安い小細工はやめろ。戦まずい。機体の調子が。
ベロニカ、私だよ。助けに来たの。ベロニカ、私だよ。助けに来たの。ベロニカ、私だよ。助けに来たの。
黙れ。私の意識から出ていけ。ここさえ突破できれば私は。
目を覚まして、ベロニカ。
ここはさっきのラボではないのか。
Oh. I didn't get the achievement. Only after it was going to the van. Oh. In what seems to be an endless cycle of dark reincarnation, Veronica's consciousness appears to be drawn into a shadowy void. She feels as though she's walking through an endless dark corridor where each door she pushes open only reveals another identical hallway stretching before her. Love this song. It's a really good song, yeah, it's really good. It reminds me of Ender Lilies. Darkness, nothing but endless, infinite darkness. Veronica. Wake up, Veronica. A voice she recognizes calls out from beyond the door ahead. Come here, Veronica. She steps forward and pushes the door open. Before her is nothing but harsh white light flooding a chaotic laboratory. It takes Veronica's visual module several seconds to adjust to the intense brightness. Once her visual modules normalize, she spots a shocking splash of crimson amid the stark whiteness. Among the scattered glass shards and twisted metal lies Sarah, her body completely drenched in blood. With what little strength she has left, Sarah holds open the laboratory's security door. The shattered access panel nearby is smeared with thick, viscous blood. No one could fathom what incredible willpower drove her to forcibly break through the sealed security system. Warning: abnormal status detected in sector. Test subject no longer under control. Support units advance to Sector D in the top floor and assemble. A flat, emotionless electronic voice echoes throughout the entire laboratory complex. In an instant, the cold white light turns to pulsing red alarms, bathing everything in a harsh crimson. Countless automated support units instantly respond to the terminal system's command and quickly block the only escape route from that laboratory. Eliminating breaching subject. Executing suppressive fire. With it, a storm of bullets and muzzle flashes instantly floods the confined space. Ugh. Crimson blooms erupt across Sarah's body as the pool of blood under her grows larger by the second. Despite everything, she channels her remaining strength and every ounce of her being to maintain her position to keep the laboratory door access system open. She turns to look at Veronica. Despite her grievous wounds, Sarah shows no signs of pain as she forces a smile. Blood stains her lips, yet her smile remains as pure and innocent as ever. Once you're out, turn left, then through the hallway in Sector F. I've already taken care of the security doors there. Don't trust that Dolores. Hey Veronica, do I look ridiculous like this? Oh, for me. Another round from the support units tears through Sarah's chest. The bullet pierces Sarah's fragile body at top speed and lets out a shriek before it finally hits the wall with devastating force and comes to a stop. Robbed of strength and will by the ammunition, Sarah, having endured the assault for far too long, falls to the floor. Before Sarah's body hits the floor, however, her fall stops. She feels weightless, like a fledgling bird spreading its wings for the first time as it soars into the boundless freedom of the sky. The sky above feels vast and empty. As if being enveloped by gentle clouds, she feels every last bit of pain and fear leaving her body. The only thing that's left is a bone-deep coldness when all her other sensations have faded away. Why is this endless sky so utterly cold? Practically unable to process anything in her mind anymore, Sarah is unable to answer this question. It's so cold. Sarah's lifeless body lies limply in Veronica's arms. Her once vibrant emerald eyes, having lost their focus, stare not at Veronica but into the empty nothingness. Her voice fades to barely a whisper, her lips producing meaningless fragmented words. So cold. Veronica leans down as she holds Sarah tightly against her chest, as though trying to hold on to a life that's quickly slipping away. For the first time, Veronica truly comprehends how fragile a human body is, like a piece of paper that could tear apart at any moment. In her arms, Sarah no longer feels as warm as Veronica remembers her from when she carried out maintenance on her. For the first time, she feels the beating of the human heart. It beats at a rhythm entirely different from the energy core powering a mechanoid shell. Now that heartbeat is gradually coming to a stop. Hold me tight. With her eyes closed peacefully, Sarah gives no response, looking as though fatigue has gotten the better of her. The mechanoid rises slowly to her feet, cradling her friend's body securely in one arm. I'll take it from here. I will get you out of here. Facing a barrage of ammunition from the support units, Veronica appears completely fearless. She cradles Sarah's body with one arm while aiming her lance forward with the other. I'm going to crush every last one of you standing in my way. The support units open fire with crushing intensity, attempting to halt Veronica's advance, yet the storm of bullets doesn't seem to set her back even one single step. Determined to fight her way through, she wields her lance, ignoring the mounting damage to her frame as she thrusts and cuts with relentless fury. But the fiery downpour of countless bullets intensifies, threatening to blanket her field of vision. I'm not going to let you people. Excruciating pain surges through every corner of her consciousness module once more as a curtain of cold darkness that she seems to recognize slowly draws across her vision. I didn't get the secret achievement. Oh, that was -8, not -9, my bad. No, it's in this one where it has the achievements. That was heavy. Yeah, it was sad. I'm at least glad that Veronica realizes that Sarah wasn't really the bad person in this. Because Veronica thought Sarah betrayed her, but I'm at least glad that got through. But it is sad that Sarah had to die before her. It's sad that Sarah died before she got her freedom. Instead, she got a different kind of freedom. Darkness. Nothing but darkness. Veronica finds herself adrift once more in an endless void. Yet her consciousness module registers neither pain nor confusion, only the sensation of resting comfortably upon something soft. First was Alexis, now Sarah. The air doesn't reek of the same smell of machine oil and vital fluid from her memories. Instead, a gentle breeze dances across her frame, carrying with it a refreshing coolness. As she hears a voice she knows by heart. Wakey wakey. Slowly, Veronica wakes up to the voice. When she opens her eyes, she sees that same smile on her human friend. A cold jolt of alertness surges through Veronica's conscious module. She bolts upright and reaches for her lance, but her fingers find only soft fabric beneath her. Where are we? Where have they locked us in this time? Sarah only offers a reassuring smile in response. Yet it's that same nightmare again. It's been so long, and you're still haunted by those dreams every night. It's okay, though. Why don't you rest a little longer? Veronica scans her unfamiliar surroundings with cautious eyes but finds no gunfire, no blood, and no trace of laboratory equipment anywhere. Her eyes find no trace of the mechanoid arena's cold metal surfaces, only humble, soft fabrics surrounding her on all sides. Above her, the same fabric stretches and flutters constantly in the strong wind. Soft white specks drift in with the wind, reminiscent of the dust in the arena as they land on her frame with an icy touch. Yet, unlike dust, they're pristinely pure and soft. Veronica, look. It's snow. It's snowing outside. Sarah excitedly catches the delicate snowflakes on her fingertips, her face lighting up with joy. Before Veronica even knows what's happening, Sarah grabs her hand and pulls her outside their shelter. The gentle chill she'd barely felt inside suddenly intensifies as a gust of wind carrying tiny white specks sweeps across her face. A vast expanse of white unfolds before her. It's nothing like the harsh, sterile white that permeated the laboratory, but something soft and pure, stretching as far as her visual modules can perceive. Her field of vision contains no cold, hard metal edges. The air is free of the smell of machine oil and vital fluid she can't be more familiar with. She's new to everything she's now seeing. The delicate white particles, what Sarah called snow, drift down with the wind and land on Veronica, slowly building up a white blanket on her. Whoa, I've never seen this much snow before. Sarah crouches down and gathers snow in her palms. Moments later, a small snow-white bird takes shape in her hands. She holds up her creation in excitement in front of Veronica's face. Isn't it pretty? But Veronica remains unmoved by Sarah's cheerfulness, her cold, vigilant eyes continuing to scan the snowy landscape for any sign of danger. Be quiet. Get back inside and hide. Those people, They could find us at any moment. So you don't remember any of it. We escaped from that arena ages ago. Don't worry, everything in that place has been destroyed. No one's going to drag us back there ever again. Destroyed? Yeah, that mad woman. She tried to trap us by setting everything in the laboratory on fire. Then the whole place exploded. We were the only ones who made it out alive. Sarah gently places her hand on Veronica's mechanical frame, apparently trying to pass along her sense of peace. Her human fingers, chilled from the long exposure to the cold wind, rest against Veronica's metal surface. So don't worry, we can stay here for just a while longer. This is probably the last snowfall before spring. Once it stops, we can get back on the road. Veronica looks at Sarah, who's looking back at her with a smile. With it, the tension that's been gripping her finally melts away. The two sit side by side on the soft snow, letting the drifting snowflakes settle gently upon their shoulders. Where are we going after this? Anywhere we want. The world out there is big, so we can just go wherever we want to go. Or we could stay right here and make this place our home. As long as we can stay together like this, that's all that matters. Alright. Overcome with happiness, Sarah lies back in the snow and lets the soft powder embrace her body, seemingly immune to the coldness. Her eyes, brimming with joy, gaze up at the vast, boundless sky before turning to meet Veronica's eyes. When spring comes, this place will bloom with flowers, just like in that painting. And when that time comes, Veronica picks up where Sarah left off. When that time comes, we'll take another photo together. The two of us sitting in a sea of flowers at sunset. Veronica gazes across an endless snowfield, attempting to construct an image in her consciousness module of this very place, blanketed in flowers. She imagines the sea of flowers taking on different hues as it is bathed in sunset and starlight. And through it all, the two of them are together just as they are now, sitting shoulder to shoulder in this very spot. What about your mechanical bird drone? Let's take a photo here, right now. Sarah, however, falls silent. Veronica turns her head to find Sarah still in the same position, lying on the soft snow with her eyes closed, seemingly resting. She seems completely unbothered by the cold snowflakes landing on her body. The snowfall intensifies. Within moments, a thin white layer begins to build up on Sarah's face. The snow gradually obscures her features as it hardens into a ghastly white mask of frost. Aren't you cold? Veronica reaches out and tries to take hold of Sarah's hand from under the snow. But the moment she touches it, everything before her shatters like thin ice and falls apart into fragments. The illusions in her consciousness module collapse and dissolve, revealing once again a blinding whiteness. This isn't the pristine white of a vast snowy plain, but the sterile pallor of a laboratory built of metal and reinforced barriers. The hand she's now holding has the same temperature and texture as her own, hard, cold, and metallic. Intense waves of pain surge through Veronica's consciousness module once more. She knows her frame hasn't sustained any damage, yet she still feels that something is utterly wrong. Her visual sensors receive clear signals with no signs of interference, yet she finds herself unable to analyze the specific data of what lies before her. A small mechanoid with a plain, unremarkable coating lies motionless before Veronica. It shows no response to external stimuli, apparently in some kind of dormant state. Veronica can't seem to sense the flow of time. Everything she once perceived with such precision has now come to a complete halt. Until right now, a hauntingly familiar human voice shatters this frozen stillness. Fancy finally meeting you, Veronica. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dolores, and I'm the master of this arena. The human's voice creeps straight into Veronica's audio sensors, carrying with it the venomous touch of a serpent. She whirls around, lance at the ready, only to find nothing behind her. Her lance pierces nothing but thin air. Yet the voice returns and floods the room. Veronica, however, can't pinpoint where it's coming from. It seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. The human voice is like sticky spider silk, silently weaving through every inch of the cramped laboratory. The voice instantly tugging at the data within Veronica's memory module matches a certain uncanny human voice she'd heard before in the darkness. The same human voice that repeatedly tried to strangle her will to resist while she drifted in dark oblivion. So it was you all along. Sarah and I made a promise, but she failed to keep her end of the bargain. I thought I'd take a little nap and wake up to find exactly what I wanted. Never thought it'd turn out like this. So I saw to it that Sarah was properly punished for her little blunder. I left her consciousness trapped inside that mechanoid shell, where she'd be able to take her time to reflect upon her mistake. The voice continues as it goes from being intangible to taking on a definite form. Behind the one-way mirror in front of Veronica, the voice continues to spew unbearable venom. The mirror reflects Veronica's face twisted with rage. She swings her lance, shattering the mirror into countless pieces. Except there's nothing behind the shattered mirror. Right then, she hears sadistic, delightful giggling coming from somewhere else. Show yourself now. Don't be such a coward. Show yourself now and I'll lend you an ear to any last words you have to say. You don't want to wait until I drive my lance through your throat. Again, nothing but giggling. Soft and sickeningly sweet, the girl behind the voice laughs like she's heard something extremely amusing. You know, Veronica, you're different from all the other mechanoids in this arena. They were no better than garbage, worthless, useless hunks of metal. Shut up! Come on, I had my eye on you all along. Let me at least finish what I have to say, will you? You know, your dear friend Sarah, she was ever so polite when she spoke to me. You know you want to wrap your hands around my throat and ask me to give you your friend back. Or I know. But I'm not the kind of villain who's destined for a tragic ending. So leave it to me. Let's get ourselves ready for some entertainment now. Well then, are you ready to meet your friend, Veronica? Wakey wakey, Sarah. With a harsh scraping of metal, the mechanoid that's been in sleep mode slowly rises to her feet. Man, that's scummy. I am ready to serve you, Master. Target of attack. Awaiting confirmation. Your target is Veronica. Now, kill her for me. Now that's just plain dirty.
Veronica, 今回は特別な相手を連れてきたの。どう？嬉しい？
君はどうして？セラ。
ターゲット、ベロニカ、ロックオン。
No. I don't want to fight, Sarah. I can't even do anything.
セラ、正気になって。
ターゲット、ベロニカ、ベロニカ。
それは君の意識じゃない。あんな奴らに負けるな。
ベロニカ、私。
助けてくれ。あのセスクズども全員発狂しちまった。逃げろ。
これは一体。あのクソ野郎どもを君に近づかせるものか。消えろ。 戦うに値しない。当たれ。戦うに値しない。当たれ。脆弱なゴミが。
ベロニカ、持ちこたえて。あなたは絶対に負けない。
Oh, they're fighting each other.
もうすぐ頑張って。整備室はもうすぐだから。起きてね。
ありえない。
さよなら。
セラ。
Oh, that's wicked.
Now, 決着をつけてやる。消えろ。これでお前らの罪を終わらせる。裁きを受けろ。全力を見せてみろ。潰される覚悟はできているだろうな。戦うには消えろ。ふん、落ちろ。脆弱なゴミが。これでお前らの罪を
This
終わ
cage
ら
doesn't
せる。
seem so ideal anymore.
裁きを受けろ。全力を見せてみろ。すべて終わらせる。裁きを受けろ。全力を見せてみろ。潰される覚悟はできているだろうな。戦うに値しない。これでお前らの罪
I
を
actually
終わ
like
ら
her
せる。
gameplay.
隙だらけだ。隙だらけだ。
I saw someone on Twitter say her gameplay is like that of the Ravers. That's funny. It doesn't feel like a raver at all. What? Less poor. I like her mainly because I just think she looks cool. Thanks, Hawk. Thank you, Hawk.
これでお前ら
Appreciate
の
it.
罪を終わらせる。はっ！裁きを受けろ。全力を見せてみろ。裁きを受けろ。当たれ。えい！
This is the secret achievement. I think that robot that went into the room is supposed to be Hammer. Or not. Never mind. Not Hammer. And then you have to read the thing at the computer. Veronica, once we're out of here, we'll finally be free. And I've got a huge surprise for you. Once I finish modifying your frame, you'll have wings. Then we can go anywhere we want. I'll take you to see a sea of flowers that stretches as far as the eye can see. Aww. That's sad.
Veronica, やっと来てくれたのね。この瞬間をずっと待ち望んでいたの。
Oh, final battle. This one also has a secret. It says defeat regulator without dying. Okay, simple enough. No, not Flame of Hope. Jesus. Veronica strides through the deserted hallway with nothing standing in her way. The wings extended from her back cast shadows in her wake. The support units that previously covered the arena and laid down suppressive fire against her now lie in grotesque, twisted heaps. Rarg. Copyright insight, yep. All of the support units, apparently having fallen into bizarre chaos, are attacking one another. Shattered parts of them litter the corridor before they get stained with vital fluid leaking from their broken bodies. One of the support units, apparently having sensed Veronica's approach, pivots and locks its visual module on her. His visual module, usually aglow with a city blue grillium, now frantically flashes with rapid pulses of crimson. Rarg. Are you infected? She raises her lance and impales the energy core of the now corrupted support unit. As a frenzied red light in his eyes fades, its piercing wail falls silent. I wonder at what point this takes place during the timeline. This obviously is way in the past. But I wonder... Is this after the virus hit? I would assume most likely. Is that for you, Veronica? I'd recognize those footsteps anywhere. A lance slices through the air and shatters the ornate folding screen. Beyond it, Veronica finally sees her, the human girl hidden away all this time, the one behind all this brutality and suffering. Veronica descends through the darkness like death, ready to take Dolores' life. Dolores, however, remains unfazed, maintaining her composure without budging an inch. She reclines on her sumptuous bed, enveloped in soft velvet and lace. Beneath these luxurious fabrics, her face is pale to the point of appearing translucent. Yet without so much as a glance at Veronica, she treats the mechanoid as nothing more than a long-expected visitor. Instead, she keeps her attention fixed on the array of monitors before her, which display live footage of the hellish arena below. In the arena, the match has concluded. The loser's metal limbs lie torn and crushed beyond recognition, no longer resembling the mechanoid gladiator they once were. The victor's visual module pulses with the same frenzied red glow as the support units. Instead of savoring its victory, however, it launches itself skyward with terrifying force and soars straight into the audience stands. The crowd doesn't erupt in cheers for the champion, rather the arena brims with desperate pleas for help and terrified screams. Help! The mech! It's gone berserk! Ah! Ignoring all the cries for help from the humans, this champion mindlessly swings its weapon as it carries out the same killing spree it did in this arena. Locking target. Attack. Attack. The weapon thrusts again and again into human bodies, each strike blossoming with vivid crimson. Through the mechanoid's corrupted visual module, it's no longer able to tell vital fluid from human blood. In the exit corridors, the guide robots, once precise and helpful escorts, are now merciless weapons that butcher fleeing spectators. More and more fragile bodies fall to cold, unfeeling metal arms and fall into gruesome heaps at every exit. As time passes by, more mechanoids join the slaughter, while the number of human survivors dwindles rapidly. A few survivors hide in the shadows, desperately trying to call for help, but every terminal now displays nothing but white static. No one in the arena knows exactly what's causing the chaos. As mechanoids pierce through flesh and bone, none of the victims realize it is the punishing virus that wreaked this havoc on humanity. A new age of unprecedented cruelty has quietly begun. Oh, okay, so this is taking place right as the virus hit. Okay, now I know the timeline for this. What in the world is going on? Help me, someone please, anybody. I don't want to die. These desperate human pleas don't last long. Soon the once vibrant arena falls into utter silence. The only things that are now still moving are the mechanoids. In all shapes and sizes, their visual sensors pulse with the same manic red glow. Yet the human girl witnessing this carnage shows no trace of fear or panic. Instead, she wears an excited smile across her face. You're doing so well. You always manage to crush them all no matter the circumstances. A sickly flush spreads across Dolores' pale face as her eyes gleam with desperate hunger. Dolores ignores the bloodshed and gunpowder hanging in the air, her greedy gaze sweeping over Veronica again and again, as if she's looking not at a terrifying war machine, but at a... Veronica, you truly are a flawless work of art. And the perfect new body to house my mind. This unspoken desire floods Dolores' eyes, impossible to hide. You done? I don't have time for this nonsense. Now meet your fate. Veronica approaches Dolores, but Dolores doesn't make any attempt to escape. Not even a flicker of fear crosses her eyes. An ornate handgun rests by her pillow, useless against a mechanoid as powerful as Veronica, and she shows no interest in reaching for it at all. Fool. In the cold blue glow coming from the massive aquarium, Veronica finally sees Dolores for what she is now. Beneath her elegant clothing, countless tubes snake in all directions, their rough edges piercing her skin, imprisoning her with an exquisite cage of her own flesh. In that instant, it finally dawns on Veronica what Dolores meant just now when she said she needed a perfect new body. All the clues that Veronica has gathered so far connect like strands in a web leading to the venomous spider, she who has orchestrated everything behind the scenes as its center. With her broken body, Dolores has been plotting something audacious to transfer her consciousness into what she believes is the most powerful mechanoid. Okay, well, one thing I've noticed for a while, the spelling with the name Dolores is constantly different throughout this entire story, or at least since they revealed Dolores. That's something that needs to be mentioned, if I remember to, for the survey. It's 2 different spellings of Dolores. And now the human, the parasite in this case, finally meets her destined host. The human can't escape. In fact, she can't even raise a hand against the mechanoid. Dolores. Well, well, well. Are you going to strike me down now that you've seen the truth, my dear heroine? Dolores, however, utters these very words with a mocking smile on her face. Her vulnerability doesn't seem to concern her at all. As soon as Dolores finishes talking, Veronica's pupils contract sharply. Her sensory systems flood with warnings. Something is approaching at incredible speed. Deja vu. As the dust settles, the object that was coming at Veronica reveals itself. It's none other than Overseer, now standing obediently by Dolores. Now, it's time we get some cleanup done. Fight, 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 fight. Oh shit. Starting off with a freaking beam attack, just like in the Veronica boss fight. Whoops. This music. Am I playing Dynasty Warriors? What's happening? This really is like Dynasty Warriors music. That's a really delayed attack. Oh, you had to hit behind it. Okay.
これでお前らの罪を終わらせる。潰される覚悟はできているだろうな。えい。はっ。これでお前らの罪を終わらせる。裁きを受けろ。はっ。隙だらけだ。殺し合いは痛快だな。裁きを受けろ。全力を見せてみろ。攻撃ルールを最適化し、全光コードを実行。全力を見せてみろ。裁きを受けろ。すべて終わらせる。潰される。動力システムの本質が低下中。
もう本当に困った子。役立たずね。
えい。えい。消えろ。 これでお前らの罪を終わらせる。裁きを受けろ。はっ。
彼女を殺して。
最高優先度の指令を検知。継続プロトコルの場合に成功。
Another thing I noticed, for some reason, letter D is strewn about during the dialogue. Capitalized, and it replaces the comma marks for some reason.
私って欲張りなの、ベロニカ。あなたのボディだけじゃなくて、その強さも。
お前とお前の機械の犬も死を迎え入れろ。全て終わらせる。ふん、隙だらけだ。
That was cool.
カフカ強化力展開。
隙だらけだ。殺し合いは痛快だな。ふん、落ちろ。はっ、隙だらけだ。裁きを受けろ。隙だらけだ。潰される覚悟はできているだろうな。戦うに値しない。当たれ。落ちろ。はっはっ。
Cool.
応急上修復の準備の軌道に失敗。まもなく構造崩壊自己制御調整システムオフ。全安全制限モジュールを解除します。
この程度か。全力を見せてみろ。人間の犬め。来るなら来い。裁きを受けろ。全力を見せてみろ。えい、落ちろ。えい、隙だらけだ。全力を見せてみろ。えい、裁きを受けろ。えい、隙だらけだ。へえ、裁きを受けろ。隙だらけだ。潰される覚悟はできているだろうな。はっ、戦うに値しない。殺し合いは痛快だな。これでお前らの罪を終わらせる。
回避成功。2回目の軌道修正を行う。
裁きを受けろ。
攻撃ルートを再起化し全域火力モードを実行。
隙だらけだ。全力を見せてみろ。ふん、隙だらけだ。殺し合いは痛快だな。
弾道予測ルート完了。出力効率を設定。
裁きを受けろ。全力を見せてみろ。えい、潰される覚悟はできているだろうな。えい、はっ、戦う。殺し合いは痛快だな。ふん。
There we go. Woo. Cool fight. Silence floods the room. No human cries, no mechanical whirring. Only stillness remains. Veronica's footsteps shatter the silence as she makes a beeline for Dolores. Dust hangs in the air as an imposing mechanoid lies shattered. Half of Overseer's massive frame now resembles the collapsed arena itself, forever part of the ruins. Either by sheer luck or because Overseer has shielded her from all attacks before its destruction, Dolores remains completely unscathed. Must depart. Story's cool. Enjoy the rest. Thank you for coming by, Saisi. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you. I appreciate it. See you whenever you join in the next stream, whichever that will be. Dolores remains seated, gazing at Veronica with icy contempt, as if this mere posture could preserve the top-down dynamic between them. Yet under Dolores' fine garments, her trembling limbs betray her fear. Dolores attempts to speak, but in an instant she feels crushing pressure around her neck as Veronica, her former property, seizes her by the throat. The circuits in her back snap and crackle as they tear loose, while Veronica holds her body high in the air. Got any more tricks up your sleeve, human? Dolores nearly blanks out from the pain, but her survival instinct keeps her conscious. Gritting her teeth, she presses a remote device she has hidden in her palm. A faint gunshot cracks through the air as dust billows from beneath Dolores' seat. Veronica's mechanical pupils instantly focus on the source of the sound. A small scorch mark appears on the synthetic skin of the mechanoid's face. Nothing more. The remote attack device hidden under Dolores' seat has failed to inflict any meaningful damage upon Veronica's frame. Is that all you've got? The mechanoid loosens her grip slightly, giving the human a chance to utter words of repentance. But this gesture doesn't elicit the fear or pleading Veronica expects. Instead, with a mysterious smile, Dolores stares back coldly. What did you expect to hear? Me begging for mercy? Under Veronica's cold stare, Dolores' face starts growing twisted. Her calmness and nonchalance gone, her eyes are showing a glint of madness. You're nothing but a machine, a tool, a worthless piece of junk. Do you really think a tool like yourself stands any chance against your creator? The human's shrill maniacal laughter fills the room. Veronica's brows furrow, her grip tightening. With it, Dolores' maniacal laughter suddenly comes to a stop. As the pressure around her neck intensifies, Dolores' eyes begin to lose focus. Veronica, however, notices that Dolores doesn't seem in pain at all. Rather, she seems relieved, as though this is exactly what she wants. Right then, it dawns on Veronica. For she's seen someone else like this before in the arena. Even mechanoids with failing logic systems would still calculate ways to resist defeat. Yet here is a human of flesh and blood seeking nothing but death. When Veronica loosens her grip, Dolores crumples to the floor. What's wrong? Lost your nerve? See? What did I say? You're nothing but a tool. You really are pathetic. You're trying to enrage me. Veronica cuts off Dolores' taunts with cold indifference. No longer in her fight mode, Veronica seems as cold as ice now. You want to die. You couldn't get the new vessel you wanted, so you'd rather die. And you'd rather die because you know you don't stand a chance against me. Dolores freezes for a moment, then erupts into manic laughter. That's a bunch of nonsense. Think you can fool me with that just because you can't bring yourself to kill me, huh? Veronica shakes her head. She feels no pity, only a sense of irony. In the arena, mechanoids slaughter one another, while humans like Sarah and Roko do whatever they can, hoping only to survive. But now, none of it matters anymore. Veronica shakes her head, trying to rid her consciousness module of these memories. She turns and walks toward the arena exit. But the anomaly that erupted in the arena has now reached her side. Overseer, still lying motionless on the ground until moments ago, suddenly flares to life. Its visual modules glowing a harsh red as its massive frame begins to stir. This is the telltale sign of a mechanoid about to lose control. Wait, Veronica! Dolores stares at Overseer in terror, a horrible realization dawning on her. In this moment, Dolores loses her last shred of her facade. She struggles to twist her damaged body, desperately trying to drag herself away from Overseer. Away from this very same mechanoid that has been most loyal to her, without whom she wouldn't have been able to manage her very own life. Veronica, don't leave me. Please, kill me. Veronica, however, is now on her way, casting not one last glance at Dolores. Corrupted, Overseer launches a savage assault against its former human master. Ah! Well, damn. Behind Veronica, the agonized wails of humans and mechanical roars blend together and become part of the arena's brutal symphony. In the center of the arena, a crimson flower blooms across Dolores' body. The very human who once ran this arena is now nothing more than a mutilated body left to rot on the floor. Veronica stows her lance and turns toward the ruins. Her visual module scans the cold, stiff human corpses littering the ground. Their faces remain frozen in the terror and despair of their final moments. Only moments ago, these same people were lounging arrogantly in their seats, cheering as mechanoids slaughtered each other for their entertainment. Now everything lies equal in the ruins, dead humans and mechanoids alike, all buried under the same collapsed structure. Veronica stops when she reaches the ruins. Amidst the cold wreckage of twisted metal and mutilated bodies, she spots a familiar figure. Like an exhausted fledgling that has landed to rest its weary wings, Sarah now lies motionless on the ground. With a faint smile still on her face, she seems as though she's seeing something beautiful in a peaceful dream. Sarah. Sarah, however, offers no response, now lost in eternal slumber. Veronica reaches out to gently wipe the blood from Sarah's face. She feels the very same coldness as her own when her fingers come in contact with Sarah's dried blood and pale skin. Snow begins to fall. Delicate white flakes drift down to rest on Sarah's face. Veronica looks up. This is the first time she's actually seeing what she has only seen before in her memory modules. In that fleeting dream, she has seen these delicate white specks. Snow. This is what Sarah told her these white specks are. The arena's dome lies shattered, allowing the first rays of dawn to filter through as snowflakes dance down from the open sky. At long last, the freedom Veronica and Sarah both longed for is here, though not quite in the same way as they previously imagined. Time to go. Veronica cradles Sarah's stiff, cold body against her chest, unfurls her dragon wings, and leaps skyward. Standing atop the arena's highest dome, Veronica beholds the open world for the very first time. An endless snowfield stretches before her, its vastness exceeding the limits of her visual processors and computational capacity. Everything from her life in the arena now lies behind her, reduced to dust and ruins. Gradually, the snow buries everything across the vast plains. Dormant plants and destroyed man-made structures alike vanish under this endless blanket of white. Across this boundless expanse of snow, not a single human footprint remains. Veronica doesn't yet know that the punishing virus has ended humanity's reign and set in motion a chaotic new chapter of flesh and steel. The rising sun pours into Veronica's visual modules, an experience unlike any artificial light she has seen. She spreads her wings and soars into the boundless sky. Till the flowers bloom. Oh. Directions, objectives, combat techniques, assigned tasks. These were the indelible protocols embedded in Veronica's consciousness from her life as a mechanical gladiator. And yet she's never been programmed to know what to do when she's presented with an infinite number of paths to choose from down the road. The human mind, adaptable as it is, would know what to do in this situation better than the calculating mind of a mechanoid, except there is not a single human left to guide her now. The girl who was once her teacher on all things human is no longer able to answer any of her questions. Human bodies contain no data storage modules to preserve memories and thoughts, making death irreversible once a life vanishes from their ever so fragile carnal shell. Why is it then that she can't bring herself to let go of the lifeless human body in her arms? Veronica has no answer to this question. She simply continues her solitary journey across the endless snowfield. Snowflakes settle gently upon Sarah's body, and yet these delicate crystals will never melt. Veronica presses on against the biting wind, leaving a trail of footprints across the barren wilderness. A mechanoid's consciousness only registers the data markers of each day's beginning and end, unable to grasp the true meaning of time. And one day, it isn't the snowflakes that come with the wind anymore, but rather something soft and colorful, and flower petals are what they're called, according to Sarah. With it, Veronica senses a distinct shift in temperature and humidity. A gentle breeze stirs as the sun crests the horizon once more. The world around her is now a tapestry of colors, utterly unlike the snowland she's grown used to. Flowers sway in the breeze and carpet the landscape to the distant horizon. The breeze sends the petals through the air as it leaves gentle touches on Veronica's bionic skin. Flowers. Flowers are wonderful things. Just looking at them makes me happy. But there isn't any here. There's nothing but metal here. I'm probably just going to turn flowers into dried specimens if they ever get any. When we get out of here, I'll take you to see real flowers. Somewhere with hillsides completely blanketed in blooms. Veronica gently lays Sarah's body among the blossoming flowers. Flowers sway in Veronica's optical modules as her metal fingers touch the moist soil and velvety petals. They feel nothing like the cold metallic objects she's used to, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Just looking at them makes me happy. Veronica repeats what Sarah once said, failing to see how flowers can make anyone happy. Yet in her consciousness module, Veronica feels a flutter. Something within her mechanisms falters for just a moment, as if trying to convey an emotion beyond a mechanoid's interpretation. I still don't understand a whole bunch of things that you told me. But I think you would have wanted to stay here. As the sun descends toward the horizon, a small grave marker stands in the field. Blooming flowers surround the rough wooden sign, while the dying sunlight bathes everything in a deep crimson glow. Veronica stands quietly before the makeshift grave. Nothing in her program tells her what the appropriate response should be in this moment. In the all too brief time with her human friend, Veronica never had the chance to fully appreciate the complexities of humanity. What does one say to a friend who will never return? Sarah never told her the appropriate thing to do if she ever found herself in a situation like this. The concept of graves and what they meant was only mentioned in passing when Veronica and Sarah compared human body decay to the deterioration of machinery. Veronica now realizes that she should have tried to be a little more responsive when Sarah was trying to imagine a free future. Ugh, every day is just sleep, wake up, and work. I'm so exhausted. I could really use some quality rest here. Hey, Veronica, what do you think the world outside is like? I wish I could be like that little bird. I'd love to be out there flying. With you by my side, of course. I'm sure you'd be gigantic with wings, though, so do let me perch on you if I ever get tired from flying. Hey, look at you, Veronica. You got wings now. Veronica turns around to find Sarah's face beaming with joy. You just gotta learn how to fly now. How do you like the world out there, though? It's huge, right? Yes, it is. Have you decided where you want to go? Are you a mountain or a sea person? I'm not a big fan of scenery. I think I'd look for settlements with intelligent machines instead. It's true. You're not into these things. Sarah tilts her head to one side, seemingly lost in thought. But I will pay those places a visit if I get the chance. The mountains and the seas you mentioned, and the birds and the flowers. Taken aback for a second, Sarah breaks into a smile. That's great. And when you do, you have to tell me how you like them. I won't feel a thing about them. I just want to see what they're like. That's great too. I mean, it's great just seeing them, even if you don't feel a thing. Sarah tilts her head back casually to look at the setting sun on the horizon. Her smile takes on a deeper, more profound meaning. The sun's going down. You should get going, Veronica. All right. Goodbye then. Aww. With it, Sarah freezes quietly before it dissolves into fine dust and vanishes into the air. Before Veronica stands the same small tombstone, a crude wooden marker with a delicate wreath of flowers gently swaying in the night breeze. The conversation just now was but an illusion. Goodbye, Sarah. Good night. Veronica turns away, melting into the last golden rays of the setting sun with her wings spread. A boundless world stretches before her as the winds of freedom lift her wings. At the farthest edge of the horizon, a new destination comes into view. Oh, that's really sad. Dang. Her first human friend gone and like that. Waning moon. Once upon a time, there was a scholar of unparalleled brilliance. Rather than trading his wisdom for wealth and status among the smart and powerful, he chose to live in seclusion deep within the forest. He immersed himself in an ocean of knowledge, hoping his research would free everyone in the world from the agony of parting with their loved ones. As years slipped by, no amount of books could dispel the scholar's profound loneliness. Gradually, he was enveloped and devoured by the darkness of his heart. Then one day, a princess who had lost her way in the forest stumbled upon the scholar's cabin and rescued him from the terrible darkness that had consumed him. The scholar was captivated by the princess's beauty, while she admired his brilliance, and so they lived happily ever after. Daddy, this story's so weird. In fairy tales, it's always the guy who goes into the forest to save the girl. Why is this story the other way around? Ah, I see what it is. Bet this is how you and Mom met, right? Oh my, you're always so smart, my smart little Dolores. Unhappy with the story, the little girl cut her father's storytelling short. But her father wasn't upset at all. Looking at his daughter, he breaks into a gentle smile. So, why did you call Mommy your princess? Is it because she is as beautiful as a princess? Your mommy is certainly as beautiful as a princess, but what's most important is that she came to my rescue back when I had nothing to show for what I had done. And that's what makes her my princess. Capiche? Aw, what about me? You love Mommy, but do you love me? Of course, Dolores. You're my little princess, and I love you to no end. Linus lifted his pouting daughter high into the air and spun her around and around until she finally burst into giggles. Bathed in morning sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Linus and Dolores shared a moment of perfect happiness. Come on, Daddy, spin me faster. Easy now, Linus. Be careful so she doesn't fall. What are you guys up to, Dolores? I don't usually see you so excited. A young woman slowly wheeled herself into the room, her elegant attire unable to conceal her pale, sickly complexion. Linus quickly set Dolores down and rushed forward to take his wife's hand with concern. Isabel, why are you up so early? How are you feeling today? Didn't the doctor tell you to stay in bed? It's fine. I just got bored and thought I'd rather be up and about for a bit. Mommy! Dolores threw herself into her mother's arms and clung to her neck affectionately. Easy there with your mother, Dolores. Remember what I told you about your mom? Dolores, however, pouted at her father's scolding and remained in her mother's embrace, refusing to let go. Linus, it's okay. I'm fine. Your hair is all messy. Come here. Let me brush it for you. Dolores settled quietly on her mother's lap like a little kitten and allowed those gentle hands to smooth her tangled hair and weave it into an elegant hairdo. Isabel always carried that subtle fragrance, and her touch was forever gentle. I love being with Mommy like this. Mommy seems perfectly healthy. Why does Daddy always tell me that Mommy needs to rest and that I shouldn't disturb her? Not to mention that Daddy always looks mad when he says those things. But in Isabel's embrace, Dolores quickly forgot what her father had said. When Isabel finished fixing her hair, Dolores quickly climbed onto her mother's lap like an agile kitten before her father could even tell her to stop. Mommy, how did you and Daddy meet? Did you get lost in the forest and then run into him? Come on, Daddy made that up. You didn't really think that's what happened, did you? Your dad was a very talented scientist. He was a wizard on a certain level. We met in the lab where he worked. Well, how did Daddy do his magic when he still worked as a wizard? It wasn't magic. He was doing an extraordinary experiment. It was a remarkable experiment. He wanted to transfer human thoughts and put them into little robots. People would be able to live happily ever after forever with their loved ones had your dad succeeded. Wow, seems like an amazing experiment. Unfortunately, no one else believed in what your dad was doing, which is why I purchased the lab. I wanted him to be able to focus on what he was doing. What? What does purchase mean? And why didn't people believe him when he was so brilliant and amazing? Come on, Daddy, you can do it. Linus walked over. He broke into a smile as he gently patted his daughter's head. Without giving Dolores a piece of his mind for staying on her mother's lap, he quietly held Dolores up and cradled her in his arms. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's all behind us now, and you see, I'm not even working on that project anymore. I'll have the butler clean out all that equipment from the basement lab to free up the space. I'd much rather spend time with you, Isabel. A fleeting trace of melancholy crossed Isabel's face, but before she could say anything, she was suddenly interrupted by a violent fit of coughing. Cough, cough, ugh. Dolores watched her mother in helpless panic, completely at a loss for what to do. Isabel, hurry up and get us the doctor. Linus anxiously set Dolores down and rushed to Isabel's side, all the while shouting repeatedly at the doorway. I'm fine. Don't worry. Hearing his master's call, the butler hurried into the room, his face heavy with concern. Madam, the doctor is already on his way. How are you feeling, madam? I'm fine, really. Let's drop this already so the doctor doesn't have to come all the way here for nothing. Isabel shakes her head gently, takes a moment to steady her breathing, then forces a tender smile, trying to put everyone at ease. Summer vacation is almost over for Dolores, and we haven't even taken a family trip yet. Edmund, please ask them to clean up our beach villa for us. Now is the perfect season for a short stay there. Isabel, I really don't think you should travel as you are. You see. But Isabel simply shakes her head gently, then turns to the butler to arrange their trip. How soon can the villa be ready? Rest assured, madam. As I do every summer, I've already made the arrangements. The villa is prepared and ready for your arrival at any time. That's wonderful. I can't imagine running this family without you, Edmund. Is my duck float still there? And all the dolls in the attic? It's been ages since our last visit. Of course, Dolores. I've instructed the staff there to keep everything safe and sound for you. Wow, Edmund, you're amazing. You never let anything go amiss. It's an honor to receive such praise from you, Dolores. Well then, sir, madam, if you'll excuse me for now, I must attend to the travel arrangements. The butler quietly withdraws and gently closes the door behind him, leaving the Everetts in privacy. Yet behind the heavy door, the room remains as quiet as ever. As nightfall settles over the mansion, gentle moonlight spills into every corner of the estate. Deep into the night, Isabel remains seated in Dolores' bedroom, gazing tenderly at her daughter lost in dreams. Several times she reaches out to caress her daughter's face, only to withdraw her hand slowly, afraid of waking her. She now smiles at Dolores' sweet little face as she looks at her. She remains there until a hand rests upon her shoulder. Without a word, she reaches up and grasps her husband's hand. Isabel, it's late. You should get some rest. We're leaving for the beach house early tomorrow, remember? To her husband's gentle reminder, Isabel shakes her head, never taking her eyes off her daughter's face. I just want to look at her like this. Even a few minutes more is precious to me. I really don't know how much longer I still have. Linus kneels before his wife, hands on her shoulders, gazing deeply into her melancholic eyes. Hey, come on. Didn't the doctor say your condition was stable? If you just take care of yourself, I'm sure things are gonna... I know what's going on with my body, and I know I don't have much time left with you guys. I thought if I could just have a few good years with you before I'm gone, and I guess I'd be perfectly happy. But since Dolores came into our lives, I've been wanting to have just a few more years to live, just to see her grow up. I just hope she grows up healthy and all, and never has to suffer from this incurable disease I have. I'll figure this out, I promise. No matter what happens, I'll always be with you, my love. Linus holds his wife tightly. The moonlight outside remains gentle, but to him, the waning moon appears nothing but a painful reminder that he's slowly losing Isabel. No light can shine upon Linus's grief-stricken heart, not even the light of the moon hanging in the night sky. The next day, away from the Everett mansion, the family visits the long-missed beach. In the gentle ocean breeze and brilliant sunshine, the family seems somewhat relieved of the unavoidable. Dolores races about excitedly on the long-missed beach, her laughter carried far by the sea breeze while her parents watch her adoringly from under a nearby parasol. Even her mother's normally pallid face now glows with a hint of color in the gentle sunshine. After playing on her duck-shaped float for a while, Dolores soon catches sight of something new on the beach that captures her interest. Her eyes widen with wonder at the tiny hermit crabs inching across the fine white sand. Dolores gingerly reaches out her hand and, after several attempts, manages to catch the biggest hermit crab. Satisfied, she holds the hermit crab between her fingers, watching curiously as the little creature flails its tiny claws. Hey, stay right there. Got you now, little guy. Dad, Mom, look, I caught a super big hermit crab. Dolores runs to her parents, beaming with excitement as she proudly displays her prize catch. Hey, be careful there so your fingers don't get hurt. It's okay, Mom. I'm not scared of it at all. Look at you, my brave little Dolores. Can I please take it home and keep it in our big aquarium, Mom? That won't do, sweetie. It's your mother's prized aquarium. We can't use it to keep these little critters. With it, Dolores pouts with disappointment and turns hopefully toward, Isabel. Dolores, let's return your little friend to the ocean. That's where it truly belongs. Its mom and dad might be waiting for it to come home, to their little house under the sea. Hearing what Isabel said, Dolores relents and nods obediently. Okay then. She gently carries the hermit crab as she scurries back to the shoreline, where she puts it in the lapping waves. Goodbye, little friend. Having done as told, Dolores dashes back to her mother's side for a compliment. What she sees, however, isn't a smiling Isabel, for her mother's face is now pale and contorted in pain. Dolores watches Isabel slump helplessly from her wheelchair onto the ground. Mommy, what's going on? Mommy! Isabel! Their brief moment of happiness shatters as a familiar heavy shadow of misfortune silently descends once more upon the Everett family. Dolores has been sitting in the hospital hallway for hours. The harsh air conditioning chills her to the bone, and the hard chair offers no comfort. The hours drag on into the night, but her father hasn't emerged from her mother's hospital room. To kill time, Dolores fidgets with the ribbons on her dress. Edmund, why isn't Daddy coming out yet? And when can Mommy come home with us? Dolores, your father has asked me to take you home first. No, I don't want that. I'm waiting for Mommy and Daddy to come home with me. Daddy, why are you taking so long? Dolores starts into the hospital room only to find her usually gentle, soft-spoken father gripping the doctor's collar and shouting furiously into his face. What do you mean by there's nothing more you can do? We can do. Do you have any idea how much money we've donated to this hospital and now you have the nerve to tell me this? Quack! Useless! Worthless! His face ashen with rage, Linus shoves the doctor to the floor and storms out of the room, completely ignoring his little daughter trembling in the corner. Daddy. Mommy. Huddled in the corner, Dolores freezes in helpless confusion. Edmund rushes into the room, helps the doctor up from the floor, and offers profuse apologies. I'm so terribly sorry about this. Linus is just... He's having difficulty accepting the news all at once, which is why he... I understand. But I was telling it as it is. From across the room, Dolores watches her mother lying unconscious, surrounded by medical equipment. She longs to go and give her a hug, but Edmund holds her back. Dolores, your mother is asleep. It's best not to leave her alone. Let me take you home. Best not to leave her alone. It's best to leave her alone, I should say. In her luxurious bedroom, Dolores clutches a giant teddy bear tightly. Stuffed animals and dolls of every size crowd her bed, cover the floor, and fill every corner of her room. Even with Edmund bringing every toy from the entire house to fill her room, she still feels afraid. Edmund, when will Mommy come home to be with me? I'm so scared. Can't sleep. And Daddy, I haven't seen him for so many days. Where are they? Sob. Dolores, your father will be busy for a while. As for your mother, I'll be standing guard right outside your door. If you need anything at all, just call for me. Good night, Dolores. With a bow, Edmund backs out of the room and gently closes the door behind him. Feeling lonely and helpless in the darkness, Dolores bites her lip, trying to hold back her tears. Finally, clutching her teddy bear, she breaks down sobbing. She cries for what seems like forever before she falls asleep from fatigue. In her dark, hazy dream world, something like a gentle hand caresses Dolores' face while a soft humming lingers by her ears. Sleep now, sleep in peace, my daughter. I'll love you forever. Everything good that the world has to offer shall be with you. A bouquet of roses, a bouquet of lilies. When you wake up, my darling, they'll all be yours. Dolores jolts awake from her dream, her eyes flying open, but the room remains completely empty. Mommy? Dolores doesn't even stop to put on her shoes as she flings open the door, desperately searching for her mother, but the hallway is completely empty. Even Edmund, who promised to stand guard, is nowhere to be seen. The only sound is a distant argument coming from the basement. It's her father and Edmund. Following the sound, Dolores tiptoes down the stairs. The door to her father's laboratory, a place she was never allowed to enter, stands ajar, spilling out a beam of light and the sounds of an increasingly heated argument. Too afraid to listen or enter, Dolores decides to instead hide outside the door and eavesdrop on the argument between her father and the butler. With all due respect, Linus, what you're doing is absolutely unconscionable, even if you're the one running the family business now. I've been serving the Everetts since Isabel was just a little girl. I watched her grow up all the way to this very day. She was a woman of dignity, not some puppet for you to manipulate as you please. Now that she's no longer with us, she deserves to rest in peace, not to be used as your test subject. Who are you to speak to me like that? You're just a butler. As you just pointed out, I am the one running the family business now. That gives me every right to do whatever I please. Linus, don't forget who you were. Just a starving scientist without a penny to your name. Where exactly do you think you'd have found yourself today if it weren't for Isabel? I can't believe Isabel fell for a two-faced scoundrel like you. What did you just say? You better shut your trap now, you little swear word. The sound of something being violently smashed against or echoes through the door, followed by her father's increasingly furious curses. In a dark corner where no one noticed her, Dolores, all tearful, crouches down and wraps her arms tightly around herself, alone with her grief. Cold rain. Through the curtain of rain, a girl stands motionless before her mother's grave. On the tombstone surrounded by fresh flowers, her mother's entire existence has been reduced to these few cold words. In loving memory of Isabel Everett. The cold drizzle soaks through Dolores' hair and the bouquet in her hands, yet she remains standing in silent vigil. We should head back, Dolores. The rain is picking up. Every year on this day, you stand here alone from dawn till dusk. I'm sure it would be Isabel's heart. It would... Huh? I'm sure it would be Isabel's heart. Okay, let me fix that myself. I'm sure it would hurt Isabel's heart if she ever saw you like this. Edmund, is it true what they say? I mean, is my mother's body really not there under this stone? They say my father only buried an empty coffin here. I have never heard such rumors myself, Dolores. With a tired, detached smile crossing her face, Dolores appears as though she's trying to convince herself of something she doesn't believe. Yes, of course. I'm sure Mommy is resting right under this stone. I should go, Dolores. It's your coming-of-age ceremony today. The estate has been decorated and we'll be receiving a lot of guests for the banquet tonight. Alright. Dolores casts one last mournful glance at her mother's tombstone before finally turning away. That evening's banquet lacks the all-night laughter and commotion typical of a celebration of a wealthy family. There is no passionate singing or dancing from young revelers. The elegantly dressed guests only exchange brief pleasantries, go through the motions of dining, then feeling awkward, quickly make excuses to leave. Before long, the parking area outside the estate stands completely deserted once again. Lavishly decorated yet utterly somber, Dolores Everett's coming-of-age ceremony quietly draws to a close. Dolores sits alone at one end of the long table in her formal gown. The elaborate dishes before her have grown cold, and the 18 candles on her birthday cake remain unlit. The guests from her coming-of-age ceremony have long since departed, leaving her alone in the lifeless opulence. The whispers and murmurs she overheard linger in her mind. What's wrong with Linus Everett? It's his only daughter's coming-of-age ceremony today. He's nowhere to be seen. Exactly. It's completely improper. Leaving that poor girl to manage all these guests by herself. This whole thing would have been a disaster if it weren't for their old butler. You don't know the half of it. Turns out this Linus dude wasn't even from a distinguished family or anything. He's just a gold digger who married into money. Damn. I heard he used to be some kind of researcher, working on transferring human consciousness into mechanoids. A real weirdo he was. He couldn't find work anywhere and was so broke he could barely afford to eat. Then out of nowhere, Isabel took a liking to him. Not only did she shower him with money to continue his research, but she also married him shortly after. That's just... wow. I bet that guy just coasted by on his good looks. Talk about lucky. And now he's the one running the family business with Isabel gone. But what bad luck she had. She'd just taken control of the family fortune when she came down with this incurable disease. Spent years in a wheelchair before passing away. Rumor has it that the guy is keeping Isabel's body at home for some sort of experiment. God knows if that's true, though. Shh, keep it down. We don't want Dolores to hear this. Poor girl, if you ask me. Her mother's dead and her father's a complete oddball. Might as well be an orphan. I heard her mother's strange disease was hereditary. God knows if she's going to end up with the same thing herself. Dolores shakes her head gently, trying to banish those repulsive words from her mind. She turns to look at Edmund behind her. He maintains his usual reserved demeanor, standing quietly, just as he has for more than a decade. Edmund. Yes, Dolores. How may I help? Can we do an opening for my coming-of-age ceremony? I'm sorry, Dolores, but I can't do that. That should be your father's responsibility. I am just this family's butler. Is that so? But I haven't seen him in such a long time. We live under the same roof, yet he always locks himself away in his lab. The truth is, Edmund, all these years, I've already come to see you as my father. You're the only one who's always been here for me. Please, Dolores, I don't deserve such a compliment. No matter what happens, I will always be loyal to you. The butler bows deeply to Dolores, his aging voice betraying a hint of emotion. Dolores gives a bitter smile as she lights the candles on her birthday cake one by one. With the dancing flames, her face is aglow. She watches the candles burn in silence, then closes her eyes to make a quiet wish. Finally, she opens her eyes and gently blows out the dancing flames. From this moment on, I am an adult. I deserve a say in the family's affairs. I can't let my father remain lost in his own world any longer. She gently waves her hand to stop Edmund from going with her. It's fine. I'll speak with father myself. You don't need to come with me, Edmund. Dolores turns and walks alone toward the manor's basement. She knocks on the door of the laboratory, a place her father has retreated to after her mother's death. As always, the door remains firmly shut, forming a threshold she's never been permitted to cross. How many times have I told you to never come here without my permission, Dolores? Her father's voice comes through the heavy door, sounding somewhat distorted. Do you know what people say about you behind your back and what they say about our family? Dolores can barely contain her frustration, her voice rising despite herself. This is the only place you've ever been since Mom died. Please let me in, Father. After a brief silence, the heavy door swings open before Dolores with a thunderous sound. Her long-absent father has grown paler and more gaunt. She barely recognizes the look on his face now. Her father's lips curl into what seems like a mocking smile. Your mother is perfectly fine. Why in the world are you spreading such nonsense, Dolores? Come, keep your mother company. Her father sounds so gentle that it reminds Dolores of how he treated her many years ago when she was still a child. He seems oblivious to the fact that Dolores is now a young woman. Without hesitation, Dolores follows her father into the laboratory. This is her first time setting foot in this place. In the harsh white lights, all sorts of laboratory equipment she doesn't recognize fill the space, alongside various strange-looking mechanoids. In the vast library, a mechanoid sits in a chair at the center of the testing chamber, surrounded by a tangle of intersecting cables. Its metallic shell looks anything but human. Linus approaches the mechanoid and gently calls out to it. Isabel, wake up. Dolores is here. Her father's voice awakens the dormant mechanoid whose eyes slowly open. The mechanoid's lifeless visual modules slowly scan the objects in the room before finally locking onto Dolores. Slowly, the mechanoid opens its mouth to produce a voice identical to her mother's, except its tone and inflection completely lack any human cadence. Today's weather: clear skies, temperature 25 degrees. Your hair is all messy. Come here, let me brush it for you. Please ensure to switch me to maintenance mode before performing a frame module upgrade. Sleep now, sleep in peace, my daughter. I'll love you forever. Everything good that the world has to offer shall be with you. A bouquet of roses, a bouquet of lilies. When you wake up, my darling, they'll all be yours. Frame core temperature slightly deviating from normal parameters. Entering self-repair mode. Repairing. Your hair is all messy. Come here, let me brush it for you. Despite the mechanoid's flat tone and disjointed speech, Dolores is still left in utter disbelief. Despite herself, Dolores approaches the mechanoid. Mother? Is that you? Are you really in there? It's me, Dolores. Come here. Come to Mother. Mommy. Tears well up in Dolores' eyes. She can't even remember how long it's already been since she last said the word mother. The mechanoid sits in the chair, arms outstretched toward her, the same way Dolores' mother used to always welcome her home years ago. Mommy. Dolores can no longer contain herself. She throws herself into the mechanoid's embrace. Despite the cold metal frame, she lays her tear-streaked face on the mechanoid's lap. I've missed you so much, Mother. Don't cry, my child. Your hair is all messy. Come here, let me brush it for you. Dolores feels the mechanoid's hand gently stroke her hair. Despite the cold touch, it feels exactly the same as her mother's from years ago. The mechanoid's hands gently gather her hair and braid it with meticulous care. The mechanoid starts humming a gentle lullaby as it continues braiding Dolores' hair. Sleep now, sleep in peace, my daughter. I'll love you forever. Everything good that the world has to offer shall be with you. A bouquet of roses, a bouquet of lilies. When you wake up, my darling, they'll all be yours. In her mother's embrace and listening to her lullaby, Dolores finds herself slowly filled with the joy of regaining something long lost. Personality deviance detected. Deviance rate 14%. Your hair messy. You brush. Let. Deviance rate 36%. Your hair is all messy. Come, let me brush it for you. Your hair is all messy. Come, let me brush it for you. Your hair is all messy. Come, let me brush it for you. Mom? What's happening to you, Mom? Dolores looks up in panic and confusion, desperately trying to call her mother back from its chaotic state. A sharp pain surges through Dolores' head, causing her to instinctively jerk upright and away from the mechanoid's lap. Wrapped around the mechanoid's metal fingers is a lock of Dolores' hair that's been violently yanked from her scalp. You're not my mother. Dolores covers her mouth in shock, desperately fighting the urge to scream in terror. Your hair is all messy. Come, let me brush it for you. Your hair is all messy. Come, let me brush it for you. Your hair is all messy. Come, let me brush it for you. The mechanoid continues to repeat meaningless phrases in what was unmistakably Dolores' mother's voice. The voice, however, carries no warmth or emotion, only cold, mechanical repetition. Dolores backs away, step by step, terrified of this lifeless, metallic monster going haywire right before her eyes. This is just a machine and not her mother, Dolores tells herself. Her father, however, grabs her shoulders from behind, preventing her from backing further away. What's going into you? It's been years since you last saw your mother. Don't you want to spend some time with her? What did you do to Mother? So it's true what they say. You've been experimenting on Mother this whole time. She's been dead for years, and yet you... Dolores screams at her father in despair, and yet he merely stares obsessively at the mechanoid inside the sealed testing chamber. Then he turns to his daughter and gently does a shushing gesture. Shh. Just try to be quiet around your mother. Midas ignores his distraught daughter completely. He turns his attention back to the mechanoid and stares at it with unwavering focus. The pale-faced man is lost in his own world, muttering under his breath. What's going wrong? Why can't I get the personality parameters and behavioral models to function properly? Something's off. Something has to be off. I've tried everything and considered every possibility. What's going on? What am I missing? What exactly am I still missing? Isabel, tell me. What else do you need? Just tell me. Linus paces around the laboratory aimlessly, lost in his own thoughts. Occasionally, he would stop and speak softly to the mechanoid as if it were actually his wife. He continues adjusting the mechanoid's settings and hangs on every automated voice prompt it produces. Entering maintenance mode. Initiating consciousness data self-diagnostic. Consciousness data incomplete. Percentage of critical parameters requiring repair, 23%. Linus. Impossible. This can't be happening. How could this be happening? I swear to God, I've completed the transfer and simulation of all of Isabel's consciousness. How could anything still be missing? I need to figure out what's missing. What exactly is missing, though? Where could it possibly be? Tell me, Isabel, where is that critical piece of memory you're missing? Linus, I was so happy with you. I had you and our little Dolores. I've been wanting to have just a few more years to live, just to see her grow up. Father! That's not Mother. Dolores falls to her knees behind her father and screams in anguish. The man lost in his own world is suddenly jolted back to reality by his daughter's cry. Like someone waking from a trance, he turns to face his daughter, staring at her as if seeing her for the first time. It suddenly hits him that Dolores now has a face strikingly similar to her mother's. I see it now. I see what's going on now. I know what's missing now. The personality parameters couldn't be properly calibrated because you, Isabel, are missing some consciousness data. I just need to fill in what's missing. Yes, I'll fill in the missing pieces in your personality data, and you'll be whole again. That's it. Funny how that never occurred to me. Linus suddenly seizes Dolores' wrist, his eyes ablaze with manic excitement. He pulls Dolores across the room back to where the mechanoid is. You gave birth to Dolores. She's an extension of you, which means part of your personality has to be in her. I'm going to give her back to you now. You'll be whole again. You'll be perfect again. Father, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Let go of me. In growing despair, Dolores sees what her father is trying to do with her. But the man before her, now only a manic stranger, is no longer the father she once knew. He shoves her into the experiment chamber. The heavy isolation door slams shut, separating the two of them. Now back at the control panel, Linus punches the parameter settings away with manic precision. As he works, an unearthly glow begins to shine through the mechanoid's eyes. Father! As Linus works, another mechanical voice activates, a cold electronic tone announcing the progress of his maniac plan. Initiating brainwave activity scan on test subject, progress 21%, 57%, 88%. Integrity of personality data confirmed. Consciousness transfer protocol ready. Confirm extraction of subject's personality matrix. Warning, this process is irreversible. Dolores pounds her fist against the transparent chamber door until her knuckles split and bleed, yet the door doesn't budge one bit. Crimson smears bloom across the glass with each of Dolores' punches, while Linus remains unmoved, deliberately avoiding Dolores' calls for help. I'm your daughter, Father! Your daughter! Linus' fingers pause over the control panel for just a heartbeat. When he finally looks at her, his eyes are so completely cold and so clinically detached that Dolores feels awash in horror. You were never meant to exist, Dolores. Your mother was already ill in the pregnancy. Carrying you to term only made everything worse. We had agreed not to have kids, but then you came along. We never saw it coming, but Isabel had a complete change of mind. Her whole life was suddenly all about you. She wouldn't listen to reason. Wouldn't take care of herself anymore. Her very existence came at the cost of her life. Everything you are exists because she sacrificed herself. And now, it's time you return what you took from her. Confirm extraction of subject's personality matrix. Warning, this process is irreversible. No, please don't do this. Won't be long now, Isabel. You'll be back with me soon. A gunshot shatters the silence. Linus's hands freeze over the controls as he stares down in disbelief at the crimson bloom spreading across his chest. Then without a word, he crumples to the floor. Right then a man bursts through the doorway. Dolores! Edmund the butler rushes to the experimental platform and flings open the chamber door. He sets Dolores free and positions himself protectively in front of her, shielding her with his body. His pistol remains trained on the fallen man, the man who was once his master. The dying man drags himself across the floor, leaving a crimson trail behind him. With his last ounce of strength, he crawls toward the grotesque mechanoid. Isabel? At last, his trembling fingers make contact with the mechanoid. With tremendous effort, he pulls himself up, clinging desperately to the mechanoid that houses both his obsession and Isabel's very life. Under him, his blood pools into a dark crimson puddle. Isabel, don't be afraid. I want to go home, Linus. Don't be afraid. I'm here with... The man's feeble voice falls silent. Locked in an eternal embrace with his beloved, he freezes with a smile of twisted contentment as his final breath escapes him. Entering maintenance mode. Initiating consciousness data self-diagnostic. Self-diagnosing. 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 The mechanoid that's supposed to be Dolores' mother repeats the same meaningless phrase on and on, with her father lying lifeless next to it. Dumbfounded, Dolores isn't quite sure what to make of the scene. Having just escaped death, she clutches Edmund's lapels. Beyond horrified and unable to talk, she sobs uncontrollably. Even as exhaustion overwhelms her and her sobs subside, Dolores doesn't let go of Edmund, her sole anchor to safety in a world turned upside down. It's over now, Dolores. You're safe. Everything's going to be alright. Come, let me take you away from this place. I'll see to it that everything here is taken care of. Edmund kneels down and gently attempts to help Dolores to her feet, deliberately slow and careful. But Dolores remains frozen in place, a dawning horror slowly creeping across her face. What's wrong, Dolores? I can't stand up. The terror in Dolores' eyes intensifies. She presses her palms against the floor and strains with all her might to push herself up, but her legs refuse to cooperate. Again and again, she tries to rise, each attempt more desperate than the last. Her body betrays her again and again and collapses back to the floor. What's happening to me? I can't feel my legs anymore. What's happening to me, Edmund? Dolores screams in despair as she frantically pounds her fists against her unresponsive legs. From this day forward, Dolores never walks again. That very same incurable disease, a curse Dolores has all but forgotten, that's claimed her mother's life, is now back upon the family to claim Dolores herself as its next victim. Nocturne. The once thriving manor now stands in silent decay, having never received any guests in ages. Rumor has it that the master and lady of the manor perished in some terrible accident, leaving their only daughter languishing in her sickbed, awaiting death's inevitable grip. Unbeknownst to them, however, is that there is a secret laboratory under the now decrepit manor that operates day and night, carrying out an urgent experiment. A young researcher hunches over his control panel, fingers working methodically across the interface. Every few moments, his eyes dart nervously toward the ceiling-mounted security camera. He flinches whenever its faint red light blinks. It has been long since he started working here, and yet he's acutely aware of the fact that their every move in the laboratory is being closely watched by a certain director through the surveillance system. On just his second day, he watched in horror as several senior researchers who had a few experimental blunders were escorted from the lab by a stern-looking butler. None of them was ever seen again. Such a generous salary comes with equally high expectations, he reasons. Those colleagues must have been dismissed from the consortium's classified project. He silently prays he won't meet the same fate, though deep down he suspects dismissal might mean something far worse. He reminds himself that he's young, with his scientific career still stretching before him like an unwritten page. This project, dangerous as it may be, is a launch pad his ambitions need, the perfect stage for his brilliance to finally shine. He refuses to return to those wasted years after graduation, fresh from Academia's ivory tower, only to find himself scrubbing test tubes in nameless laboratories, his brilliance dimming with each menial task assigned to someone like himself who is clearly destined for greater things. Determined to scale the heights of scientific achievement, the young researcher pushes himself relentlessly. He's first to arrive every morning and last to leave at night, his figure a familiar sight against the lab's harsh lights when everyone else has gone home. Where everyone else sees tedium, he finds fascination, poring over data sets with reverent attention, approaching each experimental protocol with a fervor his colleagues simply cannot comprehend. The researcher snaps back to reality and forces his wandering mind to focus on the task at hand. Once more, he initiates the procedure he's performed countless times before, the delicate process of transferring simulated consciousness data into a mechanoid vessel. Initiating simulated consciousness data mapping, integration test 167. As the researcher inputs his commands, data streams across the experimental panel begin to pulse. His eyes lock onto the fluctuating progress bar, and his heart races as the bar crosses the critical threshold. Going from a warning red to a promising green, the bar, by the second, inches closer to completion. Yes, come on, let's make it work this time. The researcher murmurs these words like incantations, as though his whispered encouragement would somehow speed up the process. Then, his body tense with anticipation, he rises from his chair despite himself. Right then, the bar, having come so far without any hiccup, freezes in place. With it, the promising green quickly drains away and turns red again. Damn it! Matching coefficient is dropping. Reduce the signal to noise ratio now. Red bar continues its merciless retreat. Why is it still dropping? No, this isn't working. Amplify input signal strength. Filter out the noise. Progress bar hits 0. Staring blankly at the cascade of error messages flooding the display panel, he lets out a long defeated sigh. Integration test number 167 failed. He slumps back into his chair, shoulders sagging with defeat. He runs his fingers through his disheveled hair and begins to mutter to himself. It's not working. The signal interference always rockets out of control whenever I load the simulated consciousness data into the mechanoid. Doesn't matter how I adjust the parameters. No amount of playing with the parameters seems to work. This is pointless. I'm just wasting time at this point. I need to report these findings to management. Having noticed his distress, some of his colleagues walk up to him. Don't beat yourself up over this. If the project is impossible, that's not on us. Gotta question this project instead of blaming yourself. Exactly. I mean, transferring human consciousness into mechanoids? Come on, this whole thing has only existed as a theory up until now. They can't really expect us to come up with any breakthroughs anytime soon, right? I heard this consortium funded the same project years ago, but shelved it when they couldn't make any breakthroughs. Weird how they decided to come back to it after all this time. Who cares? Pay is fantastic and the consortium has money to burn. Once this project wraps up, I'll be halfway to financial independence. Ain't no point worrying about anything. Sure, the money's good, but these confidentiality agreements are brutal. No leaving the facility, no outside contact. We might as well be prisoners. We're scientists, for crying out loud. And what about those guys from a while back? Weren't they fired because their experimental data wasn't promising? We can't even reach out to ask where they landed new jobs. Look, we can think all we want, but it ain't getting us anywhere. Just do the work and be done with it. Clearly more experienced, the veterans continue their noisy chatter about the project, completely oblivious to the worried look on the young man's face. When they're done venting, they give the young researcher a few perfunctory pats on the shoulder and return to their respective workstations. These veterans have mastered the art of slacking off. Every day they'd put on a show of being busy, run through the procedures once with exaggerated diligence, and submit completely fabricated data. The young researcher, on the other hand, stands out like a sore thumb, being the only one committed to producing real scientific results. After a long moment of contemplation, the young researcher seems to have made up his mind. With a deep breath, he dials an internal extension on his terminal. A few rings later, the composed voice of a man comes online. Though the young man has had limited interactions with him, he knows that this Edmund is essentially the one taking care of things around here. The young researcher was in fact onboarded to work on this project by none other than Edmund himself. The young man, however, can clearly tell that Edmund is just a front man, that someone else is pulling the strings behind the scenes. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the lab? Sir, I really hated having to bother you, but I do have something urgent to report to management. Just focus on your work. I'm the one you should talk to if you ever run into any issues. But the experiment is stuck. We've tried everything we could think of, but we've made absolutely no breakthroughs. I've gone through years of previous research records and I'm convinced we're heading in the completely wrong direction. The young researcher, having broken his silence, launches into an impassioned monologue about all the experimental approaches they have tried and how each ended in failure. He doesn't even care if Edmund follows. We're just wasting our time doing things the way we have all this time. But Edmund remains silent on the other end of the line. Hello, sir? Are you still there? An alert tone signals a new connection on the other end of the terminal, followed by the exceptionally young voice of a female. Go on. I'm listening. I've been following this project's progress very closely. The researcher didn't expect anyone else to join the call, but this stranger's interest in the project rekindles his fading hope. So here's the situation. I've tried every approach imaginable, but I just can't push past the data compatibility threshold in the consciousness transfer experiments. No matter how I adjust the parameters, I always end up with noise corrupting the results. And the female's voice cuts him off impatiently. So, what's your conclusion? The researcher grips his terminal tightly, summoning the courage to deliver his conclusion. My conclusion is this. The project is fundamentally impossible to complete in the short term. Is that so? I see. Excellent. You've got a good head on your shoulders. I'm appointing you as a research director for this project. Edmund, bring him to my office. We'll have some discussion about where this research project is going next. Understood. Yes, of course. I'll gather all the previous data reports and be right over to brief you. The young woman on the other end hangs up. The idea of reporting the situation upward excites the young man, and the prospect of an imminent promotion convinces him that he needs to take this opportunity seriously. He quickly organizes everything and downloads it to his terminal. He ignores the puzzled glances from his colleagues as he mentally rehearses how he's going to present his findings during the upcoming meeting. Edmund arrives promptly and leads the young researcher out of the laboratory. He guides him through the mansion's labyrinthine corridors. Sir, where exactly are we going? I thought I was supposed to report to the project director. We're almost there. Edmund's icy expression silences the young researcher immediately. Despite his composure, the young researcher feels uneasier by the second as soon as he realizes they're heading deeper into the basement levels of the estate. The complete absence of anyone else along the way only intensifies his apprehension. Finally, they reach a dim, enclosed underground corridor. At its end stands a single rusted door that slowly creaks open, letting out a wave of dank, foul-smelling air from the darkness beyond. God damn it, I did it again. I was tabbed on Discord and I hit the space button to move to the next dialogue, but I was hitting space on Discord. Fuck. The director is waiting for you inside. Go in. Where the hell is this place? What are you planning to do with me? I came here to do a job, not to be pushed around by rich bastards like you. I'd quit right here and now. I'm done with this. With newfound courage, the researcher refuses to comply and turns to leave. The young man, however, freezes at the sound of a gun being cocked. Turning around, he finds himself staring down the dark barrel of Edmund's pistol. What are you doing? I said, get inside. Edmund violently shoves the researcher's shoulder, causing him to lose his footing and tumble into the dark room. Terrified, the researcher lands on what feels like a pile of objects. Squinting in the faint light filtering from the doorway, he gradually makes out what surrounds him. Several lab coats and ID cards were scattered about. The names on the cards belong to his colleagues who have gone missing. Bang, bang. Several gunshots drown out his screams. Moments later, Edmund shuts the heavy door behind him and returns to the hallway. He looks up to stare directly at an inconspicuous camera mounted on the ceiling. As you wish, Dolores. They'll raise no more objections about the project. Damn. Hours later, the still shaken researcher hides in the forest beyond the estate grounds as he stares at Edmund in disbelief. Here, all your belongings are in this bag. Lie low for a while, move to another city, and never come back here. I'll find a way to help those in the lab escape in small groups. Remember, no matter what happens, never ever try to reach out to one another after this. I'm truly sorry for dragging you all into this mess, but this is as much as I can do for you. Just promise me that you won't go to the police, because if you do, then I'm afraid. I don't get it. Why are you still here? You saved my life. You're a good man. You should get out of here yourself. Edmund simply shakes his head as he casts a worried yet longing gaze at the estate in the distance. Someone needs to take care of Dolores. She's going to die if I leave. Edmund says nothing more. He simply pats the young researcher's shoulder, then rises and walks back to the way he came. The setting sun bathes the ivy-covered estate in a blood-red glow. Edmund stands in silence before the mansion, gazing up at a window on the top floor. Behind the window, Dolores watches him quietly. So this is what you call loyalty, Edmund. Dolores watches the butler enter with unsettling calm. I'm sorry, Dolores. You let them go. Every single one of them. You got in the way of my plan and set free those that should have died. Is this how you show me your loyalty? Dolores, your tea has grown cold. Allow me to bring you a fresh cup. Edmund pauses and bends down to replace the cold tea on the side table. Answer my question. With Edmund evading her questions, Dolores flies into a rage. She snatches the teacup and hurls it violently to the floor. The thick carpet absorbs the impact, silencing what should have been a crash. The teacup rolls across the floor, unbroken. I'm sorry, Dolores. Please, let's stop these experiments. Edmund's lips tremble as he speaks. You've seen it yourself, haven't you? These experiments are going nowhere. Every single researcher who'd ever worked here came to the same conclusion. Dolores, please spare yourself this torment. I don't want you to become like your father. The oppressive laboratory doors, the sickly glow of failing lights, a brooding man cradling bizarre machinery. Edmund can't bear to see Dolores, whom he raised with his own hands, turn into another monster. Don't even think for a second that I don't know what you're up to, Edmund. You're just after our money like everyone else. I knew it. I knew it. You're just like the rest of them. You're just one of those vultures, all waiting for me to surrender, waiting for me to die. Dolores shrieks hysterically. Years of physical suffering and endless battles against all her relatives eyeing their fortune have transformed her into a deeply paranoid and eccentric woman. Dolores, I'm not... His response comes in the form of a teapot violently hurled at his feet. The teapot doesn't shatter. The thick carpet, put in place specifically to protect Dolores from injury, quietly cradles her fragile porcelain. She looks down at the teapot rolling across the floor, a flicker of lucidity returning to her eyes. Dolores, you'll be all right. I'll find the finest specialists. Cradle. Edmund stoops to retrieve the teapot from the floor, his voice gentle as he tries to soothe Dolores. Yes, of course. I won't be dying anytime soon. Dolores speaks softly. I won't be dying, but you, Edmund. Before Edmund can react, the dark barrel of a gun is pointed squarely at the butler's chest. Dolores. Of course I won't die, but you, Edmund, I wouldn't say the same about you. With cold detachment, Dolores watches the butler struggle to his feet, desperate to escape. She covers her mouth to stifle a soft, delighted laugh. I hate you, Edmund. Father's dead. Mother's dead. I'm dying too. Why are you still alive? Why are you still so healthy? I hate all of you. I hate healthy humans, and I hate machines that never fall ill. Only me. Only I'm trapped here, confined to this mansion, waiting to die. Why do I have to be stuck with the short end of the stick? Choked out. How's that? Blood bubbles from the corner of Edmund's mouth as he wobbles toward the impossibly distant door. Then falls lifelessly to the floor. The metallic smell of blood seeps into the silent carpet as Dolores stares unwaveringly at Edmund's lifeless body. Can't escape, Edmund. Don't even think about leaving this place. She forces her frail body upright and methodically connects experimental devices to Edmund's body with surprising dexterity. Following the system prompts, she keeps her eye on the fluctuating readings on the control panel, her eyes darting across every changing number. The experiment progress bar inches forward and briefly surpasses the critical threshold before gradually grinding to a halt. Refusing to accept failure, Dolores frantically hammers at the buttons on the control panel. A moment later, the frozen progress bar begins to crawl forward once again. Partial consciousness data retrieved. Consciousness match coefficient 45%. Memory data partially corrupted. Proceed with forced activation. Warning, this action will result in permanent memory loss. Without a moment's hesitation, Dolores presses the confirm button. Dolores. As the loading bar reaches completion, the mechanoid that Dolores put in place long ago slowly opens its eyes on the other side of the room. Dolores. Hello. Good day to you. Edmund? Good day. I am Edmund. I am your butler. No matter what happens, I will always remain loyal to you. Yes. That's what you always used to say, Edmund. That you would always remain loyal to me, right? The mechanoid climbs out of the chamber and stands silently behind Dolores. That's more like it, Edmund. I can forgive you for what you have done, but since you let those researchers go, you'll have to continue their work yourself. Past experimental data and procedures are compiled into files and uploaded to the mechanoid's memory shell. Under Dolores' command, the mechanoid continues the hopeless experiments. The manor remains as desolate as ever. Dolores summons Edmund into her room. We're falling behind. We need more mechanoids for this project. Only the most powerful mechanoids can meet my requirements. I will create for them a brand new stage for them to shine. She gazes at the images of the Colosseum on the screen before her, a smile slowly spreading across her face. Sometime later, the long-dormant Everett Manor suddenly becomes the source of a new sensation. Mechanoid Arena! Endless thrills guaranteed. Guaranteed to get your blood pumping. Crave the thrill of a Colosseum? Want to feel the rush of pure adrenaline burst? Come to the Everett Arena now. Choose your favorite gladiator and place your bets. Blood, excitement, carnage. Enjoy a good time. Virtual announcer's voice reaches the top floor control room, slightly distorted by the thick glass barrier. Through the monitor, a raging battle unfolds between mechanoids and the arena. The horn of the rhinoceros-looking mechanoid morphs into a long blade as it charges at the human-looking mechanoid standing opposite, roaring as it goes. In an instant, the human-looking mechanoid is shredded into flying metal shards. Deliberately red-colored oil sprays in all directions, captivating every spectator in the stands. They cheer wildly, demanding more explosive matches. Look at that, Edmund. Yes, Master. This is what I need. We acquire more experimental materials while squeezing every last fortune from those stupid bastards in the stands. That's two birds, one stone, wouldn't you agree? Yes, Master. As the match comes to an end, the spectators cheer wildly, eagerly awaiting the next poor soul to show up. So sit back and enjoy this ultimate entertainment and have a wonderful evening, everyone. With the virtual announcer's animated voice filling the arena, the stage is set for another round of gladiatorial combat. A female mechanoid with a long tail, lance in hand, slowly steps into the gleaming spotlight at the center of the arena. Watching the mechanoid walk into the arena, Dolores breaks into a faint smile. Surprise me, Veronica. Veronica said that she first woke up being in the lower levels of that Coliseum. So I wonder, where was she? That makes me wonder, where was she originally created, right? And how did Dolores get to her? Because I wouldn't think that Dolores or whoever that's under Dolores is like authority created Veronica. So I have to wonder. But that was Ideal Cage. That I actually enjoyed. It was short. I mean, 5 hours, but compared to other chapters, it was short. But I did enjoy it. I did actually enjoy this. It was really sad, though. It was really sad because of Sarah, Veronica's first human friend. So... Interesting. I wonder if we'll... Because this took place in the past, right? So, like... I imagine Veronica, present time, will show up in the story again. But... It wouldn't be this Veronica, obviously. It would be like her boss version, right? So if they were to ever make Veronica another like frame or whatever, it would have to be like current timeline, I guess. It would just be funny to see like Veronica in a new main story chapter, but she's just her boss design and not this one. But then again, there's Liv, who's still using her Eclipse frame, so... Daily reset. But yeah, that was a good chapter. And as opposed to, and compared to what everyone else's criticisms about Veronica, whether it's her gameplay or the complexity, I guess, or the simplistic nature of her gameplay, whether it's that or it's her design. Me personally, I'm of opposite minds for both of those. I actually quite like her design, this design of hers, her past look. I actually quite like it because it looks way cooler and has way more detail to it. The only reason why people hate it is because she's just showing off a little bit more fucking skin. People saying that she looks way more humanoid is stupid. Like, as if her face and body like shape isn't already humanoid enough. That just to me sounds like that to me just sounds like a little like something to cover their asses. Saying that they don't like it because she looks more humanoid. I feel like they're just deep down inside they actually just don't like it because she shows off a bit of extra skin in with her thighs and her chest. That's just what I think. Again, I personally like her design because it has these like nice little metallic details. Plus the wings look freaking wicked cool. And her hair is also one of my favorite things. about the design too. I really like the long hair, and it's like messy or edged. It's really cool. I like it a lot. Sorry for being inactive today, a bit tired. No problem, man, no problem. I was like, for the first half of this stream, I was pretty out of it myself too. Where I was kind of just like reading without much enthusiasm. But it was only until the second half of the chapter reading that I started being more enthusiastic, I guess. Yeah, I tried pulling for Veronica earlier. Obviously, clearly I didn't get her. It was like 30 pulls and I didn't get her. But hopefully the total amount from all this stuff, I'll be able to get her, especially with the weeklies, which I will do tomorrow. So Clash Reflection, Warzone, PPC, freaking Norman. Tomorrow, I will do. Alongside, but before I do this stuff on PGR for tomorrow, it's gonna be WUA and PGR tomorrow. So I'll go through WUA stuff first and then PGR. And yeah, we got plenty of time. 3 weeks, got plenty of time. So I'll definitely go through this. Now I think in my own time, or maybe next week, I'll go through Godfall Revelation as well. Maybe, we'll see. Even if I were to go through those, I don't typically read the story from those. I kind of just like to I like to save it for another time. Let me purchase these. I grab these. Weapon charm too. Cool. That was good though. I enjoyed it. I hope to get Veronica as well as her weapon soon, but at the very least Veronica. If only I hadn't spent my pulls on getting the Graver. I should have just waited for another rerun. That's on me. But yeah, tomorrow I'll play WUA as well as PGR. WUA first, and then switch to PGR. As I usually do on Saturdays. But yeah. Oh man. That being said though, that'll be it for me for tonight. So thank you for watching, thank you for chilling with me, thank you for chatting with me, I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you're on the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'll see you tomorrow for good old Saturday. One last thing too. Kind of a personal little thing here. I shouldn't have let it get to me so much, but like, in case you haven't noticed, I did recently upload Chapter 9 Hidden for PGR story readings. And I decided to have a little bit of fun with it and do something and add a little like extra stuff to the reading, where I added like audio filters to my voice during certain parts, as well as there was like moments where it would say like static noise and then lines from The Tempest. YouTube hid from me for a whole day though. Oh yeah. But yeah, I uploaded that, and again, I shouldn't let this get to me so much, but it's like, it kind of just like, it's sticking to my mind, but like, 2 dislikes. That's so funny. I guess people don't like it when I guess 2 people didn't like the fact that I put in a bit of extra effort. Or wanted to do a little something fun. But okay. Funny story too. Kind of related, but back when Carefree Dot suggested or recommended my name to Trailblazer Ruina's community post on YouTube about like spreading more awareness to other PGR creators and shit. I remember when that happened, I was like, And I looked back at my like videos to see how I was doing. For one single person decided to like go to the 6 first uploads of the reading and give them all dislikes. I saw that once and I started laughing so much. I was like, what the fuck? Someone has a personal like hate for this. They removed their dislikes though. It's not there anymore, but I thought it was funny. But seeing 2 dislikes on the hidden reading for chapter 9, I guess people don't like that I used some voice audio filter thing. So now I feel kind of like in this one position where should I keep it up there? Or should I just delete it and then revert the fucking edit and just re-upload it? Disliking reasons? Figure it out. I guess people just don't like that I'm trying to be helpful for those who don't remember the story or want to get caught up to the story, or people who don't know about the story. So. But yeah, no, for the hidden reading, like, the additions I did was like, I added actual lines from The Tempest from William Shakespeare. I also did like some visual effect with text that reads out the line from The Tempest. I used an audio filter for Korolev to make it sound more robotic and shit. Did the same thing for when I was reading the lines of The Tempest and all that. So either the 2 dislikes are either because people didn't like that, or it's 2 people who thought I do something else with my content or on this channel. It could be 2 people who only watched my shit for the Souls stuff and thought I was only a Souls creator. I don't know. It could be literally any reason. But it's a dislike. So the one most common answer was they just didn't like it. That's all I know. They didn't like it. Don't know why, but they just didn't like it. I could just re-upload it without the effects. God forbid me trying to do a little something different and fun. God forbid. God forbid me trying to put in a little bit of extra effort. But I guess some people don't appreciate it. When you remove something you put extra effort in? Yeah. It's just that I don't want to remove it because of those dislikes. The reason why I feel like removing it is because, like, if I leave it there and it has all those extra bits of whatever of edits in there, but then the next one I don't do that shit again, it'd be like, why did he stop doing that shit, right? So either because I don't want it to be where it's like progression, just with a little bit more effort, and then back down with less effort. I want it to be like a nice steady climb in like quality, I guess, and effort. I shouldn't let it bother me that much, but it's like, it just makes me question what? Serves as a mark of evolution and experiment. You get what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. I guess what it is I guess the reason why it's bothering me a bit is because, like, the whole reading thing, the main purpose of that is just to help people, again, as I said earlier, either have a refresher for the story, or people who don't have time to read through it can go through it, can listen to me read it for them, or people who don't know anything about the story, they can be like, this serves as more exposure for the game and stuff. So like when it's something I'm trying to, and it's something I put together to try and help people, but then it's not liked, even if it is by like 2 people, it feels bad. It's like I'm trying to help people, but they don't like that, you know? That's why it's like, that's why it's kind of bothering me. Maybe I'll keep it up for a little while, see what happens. Either people who didn't bother giving any actual feedback, or you just getting 2 dedicated haters for no reason. I guess for my opinions on fucking, I don't know, Veronica. I don't know. Or my opinions on Discord's gameplay. Because people also don't like Discord's gameplay. But I like it. People like to be upset about every little thing. Me included. I'm no exception. There's a number of things I get upset about that are trivial as well. But also that, yeah, that reminds me too. On one of my Bloodborne streams, someone did comment, it's like, remove the first 2 minutes of nothing, not hard to edit. I'm like, this is a stream. I put the starting tune there for people to just like come in and wait, maybe get a snack or a drink or whatever. I do that. A lot of streamers do that too. I wanted to be snarky and sassy and be like, well, you could just skip ahead 2 minutes. That's not hard to do too. But I just left it as nah. It's as you said one time to me. My channel, my rules. But still though, I'm not, I'd be lying if I said that shit didn't really annoy me or irritate me to an extent. It would be that, I would be like, ugh. God, these people are annoying. Anyways, I'm done yapping about dumb shit. So, I already did my outro earlier, so again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. And lastly, thank you for putting up with my complaint, my grievances, I guess. Yeah, I'll keep the video up for a little while longer. Maybe when I upload Chapter 10, Eternal Engine, I might also re-upload Chapter 9, Hidden, but that remains to be seen. I had a comment on one of your unregistered bug reports. It said, why people like you keep pointing out and nitpicking problems about the game, whether it's a bug report. Yeah, it's a bug report. You have to report these bugs. It's a freaking bug report. Even if it's something small, it's to help make the game a bit better. It's a bug. It's a bug report. Like for Woowa, that one bug where the music audio for some reason gradually gets quieter and quieter, and you can't fix it unless you restart your game. See, that's a bug that needs to be reported. That's not a fucking feature. That's not being nitpicky about something small. That's like the music in Woowa, especially personally for me, I've always enjoyed Woowa's music, yeah, especially from 1.0. But the music is always like a staple in video games. It always helps set the mood. So if there's a bug where the music just dwindles down in volume, that needs to be fixed. But yeah, it's a bug report. But yeah. I mentioned Chapter 10 Eternal Engine earlier. I already have the gameplay and dialogue recorded. I just have to record the reading and then edit it. You can re-upload both, leave unregistered just to see if the video reception changes. Just try not to let that stuff get to you. Yeah, I try not to. I try. Kind of hard though. Because again, I'm just trying to be helpful. But I guess, but when I see a few people, even just a few people don't like that I'm trying to be helpful, it gets on my nerves a bit. You know? People just can't recognize the, the effort, I guess. But yeah. Alright. Also, serum expiring? Don't worry, it's 23 hours. It's 23 hours. There was one time, though, that I forgot to use up serum. It was like more than 20 bits of serum that expired. It happened back on Wednesday when I wasn't streaming. Because I was feeling so tired that day, so I decided to take a nap. But then when I woke up, for some reason I thought I already logged in to play PGR. So the serum from there got expired. But don't worry. I always use it up at the very last moment. Okay, I'm done for tonight then. See you tomorrow for WUWA and PGR. Yippee! Alright, that's it then. Thank you. See ya. Bye-bye.